Invocation is given by Pastor Allen of Cheese Cornerstone Baptist. Welcome, Mr. Allen, or Pastor Allen.
Dear God, as we gather for this board meeting, oh God, we invite your presence among us. And we ask you, God, to grant the board clarity of thought. I also ask you, God, to grant the board unity of purpose. And ask you, God, to grant the board wisdom in their decisions. Ask you, God, may their discussions be guided by your truth, and the board's action reflect your will for all. Dear God, in the diversity of their opinions and perspectives, bind them together with cords of mutual respect and understanding. I ask you, God, to help the board to appreciate the richness that each member brings to this board, recognizing that their difference can be the source of strength rather than division. Ask you, God, to honor this in the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Amen.
Yeah. No, good. Actually, I'll let you do that. That's right. Okay, I got your comment. All right. So I've got a few comments. I wanted to bring attention to the redistricting election that's coming up and the cost that it's imposed upon the county. It's estimated to be about $45,000. That is not exactly budgeted. With that cost, I encourage every one of you to get out and vote in whichever way is best for you, whether it's early on election day or whatnot. I'd like to also give a moment of silence for our troops overseas with the conflict in Iran and conflicts elsewhere. So if you could just bow your head and say a personal prayer for just a moment. All right. Also, I want to bring light to our March 17th, 6 p.m. joint work session for the Board of Supervisors in Conference Room 270. Following that is March 24th, 6 p.m. Countywide joint town hall for the board, school board meeting in this room 250. And March 25th, 6 p.m. District 5 town hall at Benedictine. All are open to the public. And now I'll turn it over for special recognitions.
All right, Mr. Christie and board members, it's my honor and privilege to celebrate a few things today, and it's nice that we have a large audience and a good crowd here today to join in that celebration. So two folks that I want to elevate and lift up and celebrate today, the first being Angelia Miller. The Goochland County Chamber of Commerce recently recognized Angelia Miller as their Young Professional of the Year. And this award is intended to recognize a professional who has shown growth in their career, a strong commitment to serving the community, and demonstrates significant involvement with the Goochland Chamber. Angelia began her career with Goochland County in 2019 as a recreation specialist, prior to becoming our now Assistant Director in 2022. During her time with the department, she has worked to expand special events in the county and strengthen relationships with various community organizations. According to Parks and Recreation Director Tom Cock, Angelia truly embodies outstanding leadership, dedication, and positive energy, not only in her role here at Goochland County Parks and Rec, but throughout our community. Angelia, come on up here. Where is she? So Angelia, Team Goochland is stronger because of you, your efforts, and your dedication to our community. Thank you for making a positive difference, and congratulations. Thank you. Proud of you. All right. So board members, it's not every day that Goochland County is recognized on a statewide stage. And so I am proud to announce something really cool for our community and just a testament to the strength of the folks who do great work for Goochland County. On Wednesday, February 18th, Eddie Ferguson, Chief of Fire Rescue and Emergency Services for Goochland County, was named Virginia's Chief Officer of the Year at the 2025 Fire Service Awards in Virginia Beach. The Governor's Fire Service Awards, established in 2002, serves as a formal recognition of excellence. And according to the Virginia Department of Fire Programs website, this award is intended to honor a chief officer who exemplifies exceptional leadership, integrity, innovation, and commitment to both their department and the broader Virginia Fire Service. Chief Ferguson has over 40 years of experience with fire and EMS and began serving as a volunteer in this county at the age of 16. In addition to his service to Goochland County, he served for almost 17 years as a career firefighter paramedic with Chesterfield Fire and EMS. He continues to serve as a flight paramedic assigned to Virginia State Police EMS Med Flight 1. He takes his own time as our fire chief to continue to serve on that. It's just exceptional. Chief Ferguson was hired by Goochland County in 2004 as deputy chief and has been serving as our chief since 2019. Our community is undoubtedly the beneficiary of the time, talent, expertise, and leadership of Chief Ferguson. We are all so very lucky to have him leading this critical team in our community. Board members and members of the audience, please join me in congratulating Chief Eddie Ferguson, Virginia's Chief Officer of the Year. Extremely proud of our team, no doubt. A couple other announcements while I'm here, and so there's some things happening in our community that the average citizen may not be aware of. This is related to power transmission in the western part of our community. Dominion Energy is working with their energy partners to build a transmission line from Joshua Falls in Campbell County to Yeat in Culpeper County. This project is called Valley Link. There are some scenarios that route the project through Goochland County, specifically in the western part of our community in District 1. All interested residents are encouraged to attend an open house on Monday, March 23rd from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Central High School Complex in Dogtown Road. There's also information on the Valley Link webpage. Residents can submit questions through that website at all. And so, board members, you know that each month I present some information to you in the community about the work of Team Goochland and the things that we're doing to better serve our community. And in December of last year, our Deputy County Administrator for Economic and Community Development, Sarah Worley, shared some stats with you regarding the work the team has been doing to improve processing times and customer response. And I wanted to provide another interim update to you today. So did you know from April 1st of 25 through August 31st of 25, the average review time for residential building permits was 20 days. The average review time from September 1st through February 28th has now dropped one full business week to 15 days. A significant drop and a testament to the hard work of the team. Did you know from April 1st of 25 through August 31st of 25, the average time for reviewing plans of development or land disturbance permits was 37 days. The average time reviewing these same plans from September 1 to February 28th has dropped 15 business days now to 24 days. This is 16 days ahead of the timeline outlined in the Code of Virginia, which requires that processing time in 40 days. Our team is now reviewing these plans in nearly half of the time required by state law. And did you know that in September 2025, we had 109 past due plan reviews? 109. And when Sarah spoke with you in December, she noted that that decrease was down to 26. And since then, we have decreased to 7 past due plan reviews now. So huge kudos to the team. Thank you for your support and allowing us to reorganize and better serve our community and provide greater customer service to commercial and residential developers and our community as a whole. So great work, team. Thank you for everything you're doing to make a positive difference. Proud of y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rayleigh. All right, so now we're at request to postpone agenda items, additions, deletions, or changes in order of presentation. And I, for one, am removing consent agenda item number 8 as it is no longer relevant to the due to the court decision in Lynchburg. Board members, are there any others?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask that consent item, I believe it would be, gosh, I believe it would be number 1, but it specifically addresses the tax rate for business personal property for data centers on page 108 of the board packet. So I'm not sure if that's number 1 or number 2.
Are you asking to have it removed off the agenda permanently, or when we get to the consent agenda, do you want to pull that for special discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
The latter?
Yes.
Okay. So
The
we
latter.
can make a note that when you're reviewing the consent agenda, you're taking that one out separately, and after the rest of the consent agenda is voted on, there'll be a discussion on that item.
Thank you. I did
Whereas-
not want to miss my opportunity.
Yep, whereas the board chair removed an item from the agenda permanently, was his action.
All right. Anyone else? All right, so now open up citizen comment. Dr. Rayleigh, can you go over the rules?
Thank you, Mr. Christie. And so for members of our audience who are here for the first time, the board welcomes public comment and certainly encourages folks to share their voice and perspective on the multiple issues that are impacting us as a community. So as you come to the podium, state your name and your address, and as you begin, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. When you start, the green light will let you know that your time has started, and as you get down to 1 minute, the green light will flash to yellow, and it'll start to blink when you get down to 30 seconds, and at the end, it'll turn red, letting you know that your time is up. The board does ask that comments are directed to the chair and to the board, and so the board is offering this citizen comment not intended to last more than 1 hour today.
Citizen comment is open.
Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequin-Sabot, District 4. I'm coming to you today to let you know that after long deliberation with my community, we decided that maybe we needed to take a little bit of an approach in educating people about the comp plan, about the zoning ordinances, about the process that is, and also Dr. Rayleigh has agreed to talk about the budget. This way, it's in an environment where people can actually learn. We also have our public safety sheriff's office, fire and rescue, Robin Hillman, and the amateur radio operators team in Goochland. This will provide a atmosphere where we include the positive things that we have here in Goochland and the things that we have to work on, but not in a negative way, but in a joint collaborative way. I hope that I can see some of you there. We're feeding everybody, which my husband was like, "Are you serious?" Yes, it will be pizza from Brothers Pizza. So please come because I don't want to be embarrassed. Thank you very much. Have a beautiful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Anyone else? Oh,
Good afternoon, Chair, Dr. Rayleigh, and board members. I would like to speak about the business item on the Goochland School Board budget.
Ma'am, please state your name and address.
Karen Horn, I'm getting to that, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Karen Horn, 3205 Doublebrook Road, District 2. GCPS budgets have long been based on needs versus wants. Dr. Rayleigh, Dr. Cromartie, and now Dr. Armstrong presented budgets that wisely began at the building level. School-level staff, especially teachers, counselors, administrators, and students, voiced specific human resource curriculum and facility needs to begin the process of allocation decisions for student growth, achievement, and safety. Community input was sought and respected as staff built the budget that will be presented to you today. Thank you to everyone who participated in this year's budget process. The mere imparting of information is not education. Carter G. Woodson. The Goochland School Board budget line items you are viewing this afternoon include needs far beyond simply imparting information. This budget includes the recognition of the economic needs of our staff, as well as the critical needs in transportation, buildings, curriculum resources, technology, innovative programs, and opportunities for new courses to prepare students for future employment. This school budget is not just about numbers, dollars, and cents. It is not just about dollars and cents, but taxpayer trust. Not just trust, but trust in decisions that provide results. Our schools are the heart of our community. Your decisions to fully fund the presented budget will determine the health and strength of our staff, students, families, the Goochland community, and all the communities where our students will choose to live and work to reach their potential and contribute in ways we can only imagine. Respond with funding this budget to demonstrate you are listening while serving the greater good of all Goochlanders. Trust that people have communicated that the heart of Goochland needs and trusts that you will step up and provide the funds to continue achieving outstanding education results. Include the 3% raise for all school division employees to demonstrate respect and good faith before the choice and true cost are taken from you due to the current pending legislation, House Bill 1263 and Senate Bill 378. Please be sure to read those bills. They explain what collective bargaining is, and it also includes a clause that says that with collective bargaining, people can organize, form, and join, or refrain from such activity. So when we listen to our staff and we provide them with what they need, including their salary, then whether the legislation goes through or not, you have given them everything that you could and everything they need. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Anyone else? Seeing none, I will go ahead and close citizen comment. All right, so board, do I have an approval for the minutes of the regular meeting on January 6, 2026, 3 p.m. and budget session January 20th, 2026 at 6 p.m.? Motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
All right. Voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, so now let's get to reports. Introduction of new county staff, Cliff Heller.
Members of the board, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Riley, thank you for having me again this month. We have 5 people to introduce as new employees. Very excited for that. I'm going to bring them all up one at a time, and then we'll take some pictures of our new Team Goochland employees. So I want to start out with Brandon Eubank. Brandon started his utilities tech and public utilities on February 17th. Brandon is a local Goochland resident and loves anything outdoors, hunting, fishing, and four-wheeling. He has served the Goochland community in the past as a teacher in the heavy equipment program. Our second new employee is Quam Daniels. Quam started in GIS as a GIS data technician on February 17th. Quam is from Northern Virginia, is interested in cooking and playing the piano. Come on up, Quam. Our next new employee is Corey Mullins. Corey started as a groundskeeper with Parks and Rec on February 17th. He's from the Richmond area and played football at Goochland High School. He likes hanging out with friends and going to the gym.
This jersey doesn't have number 44 he wore for Bulldogs, but
There you go. There you go. Next is Joel Johnson. Joel started with Planning and Zoning as our new Code and Compliance Officer on February 17th. Joel is originally from Utah, but now lives in Cumberland. He also loves outdoor activities like hunting, fishing, and shooting. Come on up. And last but certainly not least, our new Director of Finance, Denise Sandlin, joins Team Goochland. She joined on February 17th as well. Denise previously worked for the Commonwealth at the Department of Human Resource Management, where she was Chief Financial Officer. She has many years of finance experience with counties, municipalities, and the state, including experience with public schools and public safety. She loves to be around her 5 grandchildren and likes the mountain. Welcome to you.
All right, next is the Goochland Chamber on Goochland Day, May 16th, 2026. Carol Taylor.
From Dr. Rayleigh and everyone, thank you so much for having us today. We appreciate being able to talk to the board on behalf of Goochland Day. We can talk all day about it, but I promise you we'll only be here for a few minutes. We're very excited about the 2026 Goochland Day. Our date is May 16th, which will be here in the blink of an eye. We are continuing mostly with the tradition of Goochland Day as you know it. The parade will be from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. The festival will be from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. So we wanted to be in keeping with what everyone knows about Goochland Day, but we have added a few new things because one of the things we've talked to so many people in the county, and everybody's been so wonderful to help us. So many people have asked us, what is your theme for Goochland Day? And we didn't really want a theme and box ourselves in because Goochland Day is the celebration of our entire county, and that's what we wanted the day to look like. And we wanted to have specific areas that included everybody, no matter what age or what. We wanted everybody who attends to have something there that's going to be of interest to them. So when the foundation, I'm president of the Goochland Chamber and Community Foundation, and Carol, of course, is the executive director of the chamber. So together, we are co-organizers with lots and lots of help. So what we did is lay out Goochland Day, particularly the festival, into different zones. So we have the kid zones for the little ones. We have a teen zone, which is new. We have a vendor zone. We have a food zone. We have a county zone. We have a senior zone that's new, and wine and beer zone. So hopefully everybody can find something that they will enjoy for the day. Carol's holding up the poster that we're making available to anybody that wants it, and you can hang it up anywhere you like, hopefully where other people will be able to see it. A little bit about our new things. Our teen zone, we actually went to the high school, and after talking to Dr. Armstrong, and we talked to teenagers, what do you want to have at Goochland Day? And they told us. So that's what we're trying to have. One of the things that, since it's already there, is the skate park that you all know about. So we're going to have experienced skateboarders there doing their thing and doing demos, and then we'll have clinics that are going to be brought on by skateboarding companies. And that's just one of the things that we have for them. But that'll be fun for anybody to watch. So we're going to do that. And then the senior zone is going to be held at the Parks and Rec gym. And that is being planned by the Span Center and the Department of Social Services in the county. And they are getting together a really nice senior fair for people in that age group. And it's also going to be available to people with disabilities, where vendors will be there on their behalf, and all the services that mean a lot to seniors: insurance, workshops, how to use your iPhone, those kinds of things. So we hope that our seniors will enjoy that. The other thing that we did for Goochland Day is put together a committee. That's the first thing. Something this big cannot be micromanaged. So we have 12 members on our committee, and the 12 members are either a chair of one of the zones that I mentioned or a representative from the county. So we have Tom Winfrey on our committee, who's been so helpful in our liaison with the county and the county process. And we have Parks and Rec here, Tom Cock and Angelia Miller, and I can't even tell you how valuable they've been to us. We have representatives from the sheriff's office. We've got Sergeant Ryan Sheridan and Lieutenant Troy May, who sit on our committee, as well as Deputy Chief Tony Gorton from Fire and Rescue. And having their input from the responsibilities they have on Goochland Day has been so wonderful. We just can't tell you how valuable that has been. So we so appreciate the support of the county. Everybody we've talked to, from Dr. Rayleigh on down to the people we submit permits to, they have all said, let us help you in any way that we can. And so we've just been so thankful for that. I do understand that the MOU is making its way through the county process, and I think that's supposed to come up at your April meeting, so we certainly appreciate your review of that. So actually, our purpose for being here today, other than telling you a little bit about Goochland Day, is to offer a great, big, huge thank you to the county for being so supportive. Just the in-kind services alone that you all are offering for Goochland Day is, well, it would just cost us tens of thousands to be able to offer that. Tables and chairs, trash cans, everything having to do with the grounds. Park and Rec is just helping us so much with all of that, all the resources you made available. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Does anybody have any questions about Goochland Day?
Board
We
members?
hope you'll all come.
Any comments, questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would just say I so appreciate that you continuing it. It went on a hiatus. I moved here in 1990, and my boys thoroughly enjoyed the parade, and I know you're not supposed to throw candy anymore, but you could back then, and they enjoyed that aspect of it too. So I like the fact that this is private sector. This is not the government doing this, but this is truly a community effort. And thank you for doing that, because
Well,
I know
you're wel-
Carol said she wanted a big deal when she joined the Goochland Chamber, and I think this is her dream come true. So we're happy to help you with that, Carol.
Yeah, but Carol just said we have so many of our county churches involved. We have Grace Church, who's celebrating their 150th anniversary, that's sponsoring the Teen Zone. We've got Victory Church that participates in Kids Zone and brings in hordes of volunteers to make sure our little ones stay safe. We just, like I said, just every aspect of the county has been so supportive. But what you were saying, Jonathan, so many of the people we've talked to, and of course we all know so many people here in Goochland County, their families have been here for generations. Goochland Day means so much to people in this county. We have one person who's helping us that said Goochland Day was better than Christmas. So that's a sentiment we have here. So thank you very much.
Carol and Kathy, having witnessed thus far firsthand your leadership in this, I can't tell you how much we appreciate. This is so community and so Goochland.
It really is.
And it's going to be very special. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do. Oh, I just wanted to add too. It was highlighted just now, but I can't say it enough. Is our fire and rescue, our sheriff's department, our parks and rec, not only do their day jobs, but they make themselves available throughout the year for events like this, for churches to have their services with no fear of traffic issues. And so when you see those members of Fire and Rescue and Sheriff's Department and Parks and Rec, give them a fist bump, and if you feel really inclined, give them a hug, because we appreciate seeing them beyond a 40-hour work week, and we do. This is something where they are a fabric of our community, and it makes such a difference. So I'm glad you highlighted that. Thank you.
They've gone beyond the call of duty. I torture Tom and Angelia every day. And they're just so remarkable. You know, they have so many resources, and just their knowledge of everything is so great. But one thing I did forget to mention that the Sheriff's Department really likes is that this year everything's going to be on one side of the road, and we only have to close the highways down, Main Street and Sandy Hook, down during parade hours and however long it takes people to walk from the parade down to the festival. So our officers can open those roads up after the traffic has died down, and I think that will make our festival safer because it won't be as much foot traffic as usual. So, anybody else?
I just say I love their tradition. Keep it going. Thank you.
We do too.
Also, the beer truck and the wineries are only beer and wines based here in Goochland County. So if you come to Goochland Day and you want Bud Light or something else, there's a Food Lion very close. But you will not find it on our beer truck. So,
Well said. Thank you.
thank you.
All right, and next up, we've got our VDOT report.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Philip Frazier with VDOT, resident engineer in the Ashland residency. Last month I came and I told you I was going to delay this presentation until this month. I thought it was a bit tone deaf to not talk about snow, and now I think it'd be tone deaf not to talk about pavement. I think everybody's probably experienced a pothole or two over the last few weeks. So with that, I'm going to spend some time talking about VDOT's resurfacing program, specifically in Goochland County. So here are some facts for the statewide program. About 2.5% of VDOT's interstate lane miles resides in Goochland County. About 1% of VDOT's primary lane miles and a little less than 1% of the secondary lane miles are in Goochland County. What is a lane mile? You can imagine one lane in a single direction of traffic, northeast, west, or south being a single lane mile. So there's different levels of maintenance when it comes to resurfacing. You have preventative maintenance. These are our thin treatments, which extend the life of a pavement. This is, if you've ever heard of a slurry seal, a single shot of surface treatment, latex. These are the type of applications that we would consider preventative maintenance. And I will get into a little bit more detail about what those surface treatment types are in a few slides. Corrective maintenance. This is really where you're doing a little bit of additional correction to the surface and the actual structure, the riding surface of the pavement. So something that you might experience in corrective maintenance is like an 1.5 inches to 2 inches of mill and overlay. You can also call some surface treatment, that's the tar and chip application. That can also be considered corrective maintenance as long as it's partnered with some heavy mechanized asphalt patching prior to. So if you can imagine rutting in a road, we might come through, do a significant asphalt patch, and then surface treat over top of it. That's more corrective maintenance. And then restorative maintenance and reconstruction. This is when you're really getting deep into the pavement and restoring the structural integrity of the pavement. So that could be a 4 to 6 inch mill and overlay. It can also be full depth reclamation, which is kind of a reclaiming of the subsurface of the pavement prism. And another good example would be if you can imagine 288 has a lot of concrete pavement that sometimes has to be removed all the way to the base of the road and then patched back. That would be restorative or reconstruction. So treatment types, asphalt. This, what you're seeing right here, is a standard milling operation, so a mill and an overlay. I'll show you the overlay piece in a second. But the piece of equipment that you're seeing is designed to chop up the existing pavement. It shoots it through that tunnel up into the back of a dump truck, and you have recycled millings. There are multiple types of design types for asphalt, and that can depend based on the aggregate, use of recycled material, and then the asphalt bituminous rates. That can be corrective maintenance, restorative, and reconstruction. This is a paving machine, so if you can imagine, the front of that is the hopper, where a dump truck to the left of the paving machine would back into the hopper, and you would actually, it would lift its bed, connect to it, dump the asphalt into it, and then on the back is a screed that gives you that level riding surface, and then it is finished with a roller. That asphalt comes out about 300 plus degrees, if anybody was curious. Next, you see what we call a latex modified, which is microsurfacing. You can imagine it's like a slurry seal, which is that liquid emulsified asphalt mixture mixed with latex additives, which is minerals and aggregate fillers, so stone, and other types of additives. And that is what we would typically call preventative maintenance. I really like this picture because it can show you how it gets deep down into some of the different cracks and helps some of the waterproofing of an existing surface. This is surface treatment, or tar and chip. We do a lot of this on our secondary system. This is where you apply liquid asphalt, and then you top it with number 8 stone and number 9 stone. Like I said, this is used mostly on our low volume roads. It's pretty cool because actually the truck has to work backwards in this particular application because you can't ride on that hot asphalt, liquid asphalt, gets all over the tires. So he would actually be spreading backwards. This is also not in America, but I thought it was a great picture. Shows one side being done. Don't know if I would encourage anybody to ride a motorcycle on a freshly surfaced, resurfaced surface treatment. Okay, this is a slurry seal. This is, well, I'm going to call out slurry and a cape seal. Slurry seal is emulsified asphalt with finer aggregates, sand, smaller rock, that's used typically for preventative maintenance. A lot of applications is for subdivision type of roads, low volume, low speeds, helps extend the life of the pavement. Also comes out cooler, it's emulsified, so it is asphalt emulsion that is suspended in water. So let me go back one slide. Ooh, that did not want to go back. So what is a cape seal? A cape seal is very similar. It's actually a combination of the surface treatment, the tar and chip application with a slurry seal on top of it. We have used that more often in subdivisions. So what does the resurfacing process actually look like? Well, route selection, it's the first step. The residency is actually responsible for helping build the priorities. We use our field staff to do field inspections, identify issues with pavement from a surface level, and we also take into account any complaints, requests. All of those things can be considered when we are doing our effort as doing inspection and trying to build our priority list. Then what happens is there is an assessment or a process where we actually collect data through our central office on the actual condition of the pavement. This is a semi-automated assessment. It really looks at a lot of different things that I have on another slide: cracking, rutting, roughness, and it helps develop this thing which we call the critical condition index. So you take those two things and then you try and balance it with lane mile targets, what we're expected to try and meet, our metrics as an agency, along with the allocated budget that the district has. So all of those things go into our route selection process. Then the contracts are developed, advertised, that goes out pretty much exclusively to the contracting community. And then what the residency does prior to any kind of resurfacing effort is we try to do specific maintenance items that we would not want to do after a resurfacing effort is completed, right? So we don't want to have brand new asphalt and then the residency comes out with a motor grader and starts pulling shoulders and damages and scars, right? So we try to do these things: shoulders, ditches, pipe replacements. You can imagine you wouldn't want to have a brand new road with a patch right in the middle where you've replaced a pipe. And then patching. Those are all efforts that we do, and then the actual resurfacing takes place. So I'm not going to spend too much time in this. This is a process map. Pretty interesting. If you can imagine, if you go down the columns, there's fields for inspection and the actual inventory management. The next column is maintenance. Next column is design and preliminary engineering, and then construction. Across the rows, you see the VDOT residency, the VDOT district pavement management group, and then other groups that might support the effort of resurfacing. What this map is really intended to do is show how all of VDOT has to pitch in and support the resurfacing effort. It calls out environmental, right-of-way, our location and design, connecting our materials groups, how the residency and how our district pavement management group all work as a team to develop our priorities and these contracts for resurfacing. Pretty busy, but if you take some time, it actually might make a little sense. Okay, so VDOT is data-driven. We use a lot of software to inventory our visual conditions. So I mentioned earlier, cracking, rutting, roughness, shoving, any of the bad stuff that's associated with poor pavement. We collect that with our inspection. It goes into a software system. We also have software that manages the history. So the pavement, the original pavement design, was it 2 inches of asphalt with 8 inches of stone? Was it 4 and 6? Sorry about that. Bunch of different design types for the pavement. And then the construction, when was it built? And then when was the last time that it was resurfaced? And then estimating. Our software can help us develop costs based on previous contracts. So price based on quantities. It helps us optimize our spending, provides a little bit of predictive analysis to say, hey, this route may not need it now, but it may need it in a couple years based on historical analysis. And then it can provide treatment recommendations. It's all done by software, but then we, as the folks in the real world, have the ability to modify that as needed. The Commonwealth Transportation Board, what is their role in this? Well, they, in 2019, passed a resolution that determines the long-term sustainable performance measures. What it does is it creates performance metrics for the department. What is acceptable pavement, and at what rate should certain road systems meet that acceptable rate? And I'll get into that in a little bit in a second. It helps us develop our strategic plan for all of our interstates, primaries, and secondaries. And then it also considers traffic volume. So how do you score pavement? 0 to 100? Basically anything from 59 to below is considered poor and very poor, and is considered deficient. So anything from a 60 and above is considered sufficient. So what the Commonwealth Transportation Board did was create a metric for the interstate system, for example, 82% of our interstate lane miles should have a rating of a 60 or above. So that's where we're shooting for, 82%. Similar for the primary system, on routes that have more than 3,500 vehicles per day, should be 82%. Below that, 75% should be sufficient or above. The secondary system, again, above 3,500, 82%, below 60%. So right here is VDOT's public dashboard for pavement. What you can see is what we were reporting on for all of our different districts, specifically on this page for the interstate system. You can see in the top left-hand corner where underneath pavement home, you see road system, it says interstate. So we're shooting for that 82% target across the board. Richmond District right now is at 90%. So we are exceeding our target. Similar, same dashboard, but for the low volume secondary roads. So again, remember I said the target is 60%. In Richmond District, we're at 61%. It's pretty consistent across the board. You can see some districts exceed the 61% or 60%, and some districts fall a bit short. I put this slide in just to remind folks that we're all pulling from the same state pot of money, and so there are times where another district may need more money to help satisfy the performance metrics of our pavements. So right now, what you'll see for Richmond District, this is Richmond District as a whole, the interstate all the way down to the secondary system, we are meeting or exceeding all of our metrics. 90% on the interstate, 82% primary, 78 low volume primaries. I mean, we're within a couple percentage points for the most part, so we're right where we should be. Now, I can't run that report specifically for Goochland County to show you where Goochland's interstate system is and primary system is, but what I can do is show you a map that provides the condition rating from 2023, so a few years old, but you can imagine blue, green, and yellow coincide with excellent, good, and fair, so that would all be sufficient. Pink and red are what you would call poor and very poor. So that is where most of our efforts and work really needs to be concentrated. So this is, again, a public map. So what's happening in Goochland County in 2026? There's no interstate lane miles expected to be resurfaced, but there is almost 30 lane miles on the primary system. That is a combination of plant mix and latex modified that I talked about earlier. About 54.5 lane miles on the secondary system. Like I mentioned earlier, all of Goochland County secondary roads are considered low volume, so less than 3,500 vehicles per day. That's also a combination of plant mix, slurry seal, and then surface treatment, with an estimated value of about $6 million worth of resurfacing. The contract's fixed completion date for these contracts is mid-November. So what you'll see is a lot of what's happening right now is a patching that we advertised last fall. That's being done by contractors, and then you'll see the contractors that are actually responsible for the resurfacing efforts come through over the next 7 months or so. Okay, so here's some of the routes in Goochland County that are planned for resurfacing this year. Route 6, River and Patterson, and Broad Street. Those are your primaries that are going to be seeing some attention. And then on the secondary system, a variety of roads, a couple different subdivisions are being done. So you can see that up there. I won't read them all. So the last thing I wanted to share was just a couple links. Obviously, your paper copies won't be very helpful for that, but I did share this presentation with Lisa, so you guys can grab that and experience some of these different links. So the VDOT dashboard, I showed you what that looks like. It's fun to play around with and see where we are as a state. The CTB resolution that helps determine what those metrics were from 2019. We have a couple internal VDOT sites talk about the treatment types in more detail. Potholes. This link actually is pretty cool because it describes what a pothole is and how it occurs, the freeze and the thaw that we've experienced over the last, really back in, man, what was it now, January, and then into February. It was a it was a tough winter. So we expected to see a lot of potholes, but frankly, with the warm weather coming, we'll probably see more. So that is a huge effort of the residency right now. Pothole maintenance is not part of our resurfacing program. That is part of our day-to-day maintenance program. So that pothole link actually shows you how a pothole's developed. And then the My VDOT will take you to the picture that you see right here, where you can actually submit any kind of request, but specifically, I would encourage folks, if they see a pothole, report it to us. Let us know it's there. That way we can get it into our system, schedule repairs. That is our primary focus right now. They're coming as fast as we can fill them. So it's been a tough sled, but you know, like I said, that's what we're focused on. So with that,
Thank you, Mr. Frazier.
Yes.
Board members, in light of time, I ask that if you have any questions for Mr. Frazier, that you send him an email or whatnot. We still have a couple more presentations.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hope you have a good one.
I'm going to take personal privilege and just say, Philip, thank you so much. I mean, you had a tough time with that snow, but all things considered, I think VDOT really stepped up, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Lau.
All right, so board members, the rest of the reports are in the packet. Are there any board reports quickly?
Our TPO is on Thursday. I'll be attending, and then I believe week after next is Plan RVA, and I will also have my inaugural visit to Plan RVA. So,
All right, any others? All right, seeing none. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Dr. Rayleigh, could you please give a brief review, and we'll go ahead and take a vote on that.
Yeah, board members, several items in your packet related to tax rates, and the first one is the authorization to advertise for public hearing the proposed 2026 real estate tax rate, recommending that advertisement at 0.53 per $100 of assessed value. That is not an increase, nor is it a decrease. The other one is request to set a public hearing for April the 7th to consider an ordinance amending the county fee schedule to increase public utilities, water and sewer volume, and connection fees. And as noticed in my recommended presentation, that was a 3% increase for both residential and commercial customers, as well as an increase related to tap fees. You also have a resolution in your packet to appropriate $350,000 to the Sheriff's Office operating budget as a result of grant revenue. You have resolutions related to acceptance of different sections of Rockets Ridge and Reader's Branch into the VDOT system, as well as a reaffirmation supporting the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution. That is a follow-up to action by the board on December 3rd, 2019.
All right, thank you, Dr. Raley. Board members, do I have a motion to pass the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, this is where I was going to ask number 1 be pulled out so that we could address the real estate rates.
Number two.
Well, I don't know. I'm looking at number 1, I think on page 108, kind of follows through from 107, which is headed tax rates for real estate. So I'll take guidance on this. The one I want to address is data centers.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right.
So Mrs.
The item, I believe, that Mr. Lyle is referencing is on the consent agenda as number 2. Number 1 addresses only the overall tax rate of Goochland County, whereas number 2 contains other, wait a minute.
What is that one? Well, then it carries over to 108. Turn the page to 108.
Sorry, at first I thought number 2 was only the budget, but I do see the tax rates there as well. And so that's the item he wants further discussion on, number 2.
And so we had a motion, Mr. Winfrey, was that a second? Okay, we've got a motion and a second.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, was that to approve the other agenda items, or just to pull this out and then we'll vote on the two sets of?
Well, I think we'll have a vote to pull this one out and
Okay,
then
sure.
a separate motion to approve the rest afterwards. Is that
Thank you.
procedurally accurate?
Typically, the practice has been that anyone can ask to have it pulled out, and the vote is to approve the others, and then there's a discussion and an actual vote on the
Understood.
item.
All
If that's,
right,
if you
so-
want to follow the
Yeah,
practice.
we'll start over. I move to approve items 1 through 8, or 1 through 9, striking number 2, and pull it out for a later vote. Do I have a second?
We already pulled 8.
Right. So removing items number 2 and number 8, and voting on 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Is it a voice vote?
Voice vote, yeah.
All right, all members in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. So now we'll address consent agenda item number 2.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, I do want to, so I want to highlight, item number 2 is simply an authorization to advertise for public hearing. This is coming up for public hearing on April 7th. So we intend to discuss this item in great detail over the next month already. So to, really make more of it today and not allow us to move forward and then know that we've got ample discussion time over the next month, I don't know how necessary that is.
Can I ask a clarification, Mr. Chair? So does that mean, but this is to publicize the rates, so if we were to change the rates that evening based on our discussion, what would the impact of that be?
You are allowed to lower the rates from what was advertised. You are not allowed to increase the rates from what's advertised unless you re-advertise. So it always has to be an advertisement of the highest rate you could adopt, and then you can adopt lower.
And does the calendar allow time for us to re-advertise at a higher rate if we needed to?
I'm not sure exactly how it runs with the adoption. dates in the 2 weeks that it requires. That's a, you see me looking at Ms. Biskowitz.
Will be April 14th, the real estate tax. And then you deduct everything else on May 3rd or 5th. Don't quote me, it's the first Tuesday.
So it sounds like we would have time if we,
Yes.
procedurally.
You have time.
If the next time the board meets would be March 14th, I don't,
Well, we have the April 7th and we have April 14th.
right, but they have to advertise sufficient time for a change before the public hearing on April 7th.
Is April 7th, then we would advertise for that rate. And then they would adopt.
Right, so I'm sorry, I apologize, the sausage making you guys are seeing between Ms. Biskowitz and I as we determine advertising, but I don't think the board as a body meets again to request advertising at a higher rate in time to advertise that rate for April 7th. So the answer is, if there is the desire among the board by vote to advertise a higher rate, that determination should be made today. And the discretion the board would then have at the public hearing is to adopt any rate smaller than that. Okay?
All right, so with that, board members, do I have a motion to approve item number 2 on the consent agenda item?
Mr. Chairman, I was going to speak to
Oh.
why I asked to pull it off.
Please do it quickly.
I will
Because
do
this is
so
a
with all.
surprise to me.
I will do all deliberation. We currently have a 40 cent per $100 for data centers, and that is the lowest rate of any of the others on there, except for the volunteer fire and rescue, which is a decimal of a penny. The state average is $3.09. Henrico is currently at $2.96. I don't know that we need to be the Kmart of data center tax rates. If indeed the growth is occurring as it is, particularly where we don't see people cutting the rate, we see it increasing, and I wouldn't want to be a bait and switch where we would advertise a 40 cent rate, anticipating that with $74 million of capital improvements that were discussed in Finance Committee, we might be looking for additional revenue. So I would be comfortable changing that to $3, which is below the state average, in line, if you will, with what surrounding counties, or at least Henrico specifically, is doing. And if there is a will to drop it later, I suppose we could, but we can't go back up. And so rather than stay at 40 cents per 100, and with the capital improvement needs that we see on the horizon, and should, there's no guarantees, a data center come to Goochland County, they would be contributing in what I would call a equitable level, along with other businesses. Eli Lilly will not be at 40 cents, they'll be at $3.75. So that's my motion, is that we change the data center rate from 40 cents to $3.
Second. Mike.
I thought it was on. Madam Attorney, is this the only, once a year is the only shot we have? In other words, if we were to develop data centers in this county, would we have an opportunity to consider the rate at that time, or would we have to wait is this a once a year opportunity?
I'm looking for my help from the treasurer, the commissioner of revenue. Typically, rates are adopted only once a year because then they
So-
run the entire calendar year.
I think, well, I mean, that answers my question.
There you go.
All
When
right.
that happens.
Anyone else? Quickly. All right, so I've got a motion and a second. And this is to deny, correct?
No, I believe
Or
Mr.
approve as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay, understood. So, all board members in favor of approving as amended, say aye.
All right.
All right, it passes.
Just say nay. Just ask for the nay vote.
What?
Just ask for the nay vote.
Are there any nay votes? There are none. All right, moving on to new business. Dr. Armstrong.
Okay, is this, okay. If that's all right.
Yep, got them on the other side, actually, whichever.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Christie, board members, Dr. Raley. On behalf of our school board chair, Ms. Meredith Moses, and vice chair, Ms. Ellen Robinson, who are here with me today, as well as our other board members, Ms. Angela Allen, Ms. Michelle Maxwell, Ms. Karen Worsing, I want to appreciate and thank you all for the opportunity to today provide an overview of our proposed fiscal year 2027 operating budget, which was approved by our school board last week. This is what I hope is the first step in our collaboration that will lead up to your consideration for adoption of your budget in May of this year. This proposed budget is the result of countless hours of work by our division team led by our Director of Finance, Ms. Stephanie Weish, who will be the friend I phone in the event of any complicated questions this evening, as well as our community, our staff, our students, and our board, all of whom have provided thoughtful feedback around this presentation and this proposed budget since we began discussions internally last fall, which led through public hearings throughout the winter and workshops with our board. Designing a budget for a Virginia public school division is fascinating work. Unlike many states, no school division here in the Commonwealth has any fundraising authority. As you all know, all of our operating funds must be appropriated by the local governing body, that being you all. And our budget is the tangible articulation of what matters to us as a school division and a community of taxpayers who, whether they are parents of GCPS students or not, are truly investors in the work that we do in our schools. To do that work well, as superintendent, I'm obligated by the Code of Virginia to provide you all with a needs-based budget. But I realize that the meaning of the word needs can vary significantly depending on individual perspective. To level set that, when I consider what the word needs means in my work here in Goochland County Public Schools, it means more than the bare minimum. It means needs that drive a budget and expenditures that move our organization forward, advance our strategic goals as a division, and really help support our performance going even higher into the future. Historically, I feel the superintendent has come to you all in this initial presentation with a approved budget that was typically preemptively restrained with the county transfer and tiers of needs. I'm really pleased with our board this year. We have worked together and have purposefully come to you all today with a truly the entirety of our needs. I kind of compare it to turning the funnel the right side up when you're putting the oil in the engine. In the past, sometimes we would be putting it on the wrong end, and now we're going to go ahead and give you everything right now, and we'll go from there. But we're looking forward to giving you all this evening as a meaningful starting point to our work together in the months ahead. And in the meantime, of course, we will see General Assembly action come into clearer view as well. So we know we've got a lot of runway as we continue this work. We align everything we do, every dollar spent, every hour that we work in our division to our strategic plan, which will be presented this month for first read to our board in an updated form. We anticipate that will be approved this spring. Our three strategic goals, as you can see, are to maximize every student's potential and preparation for a successful life, to create an engaging and responsive experience where everyone feels informed, included, valued, and empowered, and to enhance and support the instructional learning needs of all students and staff. These are the foundation of this operating budget. And every dollar we request is designed to fulfill a need that moves our organization forward on behalf of these strategic goals. Since 2011, I would say Goochland County Public Schools and Goochland County have benefited from each other's successes. We continue to demonstrate top quality financial management, earn the GFOA award for 13 consecutive years, and that's a testament to the work of Ms. Weish and her predecessors in the Office of Finance. And we joined the county to manage the construction of the new Goochland Elementary School that resulted in a nationally recognized on-time and under-budget project completion that, happened to take place during a time in history when it was pretty much the most challenging time to do anything, especially in the area of construction. So I want to thank the board for their ongoing support in that project. As you all continue to deliberate the bigger path forward on behalf of the citizens of this county, I just wanted to share what I came across in a recent Stanford Institute for Economic Policy research report that notes that education spending is the generator of the highest fiscal returns of any public program. It paves the way for educated, well-trained workers who are less likely to rely on public assistance and more likely to reinvest in our county. We now see those results in reinvestments, and we recognize a few this evening, by our graduates who have come back to serve in local government, education, business, and industry. Our school division works with families in our community to create the future residents and leaders of this county, and we know the county works to create, maintain, and improve the conditions that incentivize the return of those graduates. And you saw Mr. Mullins, and we saw Eddie Ferguson, products of this great county and our school system, and we're very proud of that. Enrollment is an increasingly critical and complex variable here in our division that we pay close attention to in our budgeting. And I'm going to go into this in a little more depth than you're probably used to tonight. I feel like we have not done ourselves a service in years past by maybe pulling back the curtain a little bit on how this plays into some of our requests around personnel and FTE. I will note that our division's demographic and enrollment trends are unique across many dimensions. I will also further note that you can see there that at a time when public school enrollment is declining nationwide and in the Commonwealth, to the extent where you may have seen news stories where school divisions in the state are securing consultants to figure out how to grapple with declining enrollment, we are seeing a steady increase in the past 3 years. You can see that arrow moving up. And I remember being in this room in past presentations and years where we saw these kind of punctuated equilibrium in enrollment, but this is really the first time I feel like we're seeing this moving in a steady upward trend overall in our enrollment. I also see this happening despite a robust homeschool and private school population that we have in our county, and I've personally met several young families who have moved to this county, and they're moving to the middle of the county because our schools are a destination. Yesterday we did kick off our enrollment projection update with Walpert, which is formerly Cooperative Strategies, who provided our work since 2017 when we did our original long-term facilities plan. We're also adding a housing yield study component to that as well, so that we can give meaningful feedback to the county as you all deliberate approving, and the Planning Commission approving development in our county. In the spirit of, again, full transparency, I want to note here, this is the 2024 report, the most recent update we had from Walpert, and I want to bring attention to that one line up there that this predicted a 300 student increase by the year 2033-34. It sounds like it's a long way out, but when you put that in relative terms, it's really not. I will also note that the 25-26 projection that you see here, that number of students, actually fell about 70 students short of what we currently have this year. So we are excited to get that update from Walpert to this enrollment study and to dig into that data more as we continue to plan. The piece that's probably brand new to you all, this is that pull back the curtain part, is how do we then figure out how many teachers do we need for the number of students we have in this division? And we haven't really ever brought this out publicly. I did for the board a few weeks ago. There is a link here, and I know you all have the presentation, and I won't go too far into this, but this is the actual spreadsheet with names of teachers removed to protect the innocent that we use in order to determine how many sections we have in our grade levels year over year. So there are tabs in this spreadsheet going back to 2014, 2013, before I even came to the school division. And you can see there in that top gray bar the word target and some numbers. And I will tell you that one thing that we always hear when we talk to our community, when we survey our staff, whether it's my listening sessions in the fall or employee pulse, when I talk to parents, one factor is small class size. We hear that a lot. We know that makes a difference in the quality of life for our staff. We know that our families appreciate the connections that our teachers can make. So when we go through this exercise every year, and this is ongoing right now, you can see we have our 3 elementary schools there, one column each going from Bird, GES, and RES. And this gets back to that point that the math is a little more complicated than just simply dividing number of students by number of teachers. As you can see there, that crescendo effect as the dominoes fall, we like to keep our classes in K and 1, somewhere in that range between 15 and 19. And you can see a slight uptick in those thresholds when you look at 2nd and 3rd grade between 16 and 20, and then in 4th and 5th grade 17 and 21. And those are definitely smaller class sizes compared to a lot of our regional competitors. So then you can see the green represents new positions. And you'll see in my request this evening, we are requesting 2 additional elementary positions. And that happens because in order to keep those class sizes reasonable year over year, when you see those cohorts move down in that table, you might think, okay, well, you had 4 teachers in first grade and you had 70 kids, for example. If those 70 kids go to second grade, you got 3 teachers. Does that work? Well, it doesn't, because when you take away that one teacher and you want to keep our class sizes where our community expects it, then that creates a need for that additional teacher. I'll walk through this in a lot of detail, and I don't want to go too far into it, but maybe when we have our work session in a couple weeks, I'd love to take you through that exercise. I think it provides some additional context, just how we make these decisions around FTE. We have so much to celebrate in our division, and I do want to mention, too, that this year marks the first year of the Virginia School Performance Support Framework Accountability System. And the SPSF ranks schools basically using 4 performance categories, going from needs intensive support all the way into distinguished. And they land on those categories based on index scores, which are calculated using results on mastery, growth, readiness, and graduation performance. When we received our initial results in September from the Virginia Department of Education, we were informed that of our 5 schools, we were going to have 2 schools distinguished, both Goochland High School and Randolph Elementary School, and 3 that were on track, BIRD, GMS, and GES, which for you all would have been equivalent to all of our schools being quote-unquote fully accredited, which is, I know, what we're used to. In December, we received information when they released the final results this past December that Goochland Elementary School had been dropped to the off-track status. And I want to explain that briefly, and we gave a very detailed presentation to our school board, and we've gone to every faculty to talk about this as well. The new accountability system, our state accountability system, for the first time is braiding the federal accountability requirements. So we have had schools in the past that have had federally identified student groups, BIRD, GMS. And what I mean by that is, in the federal accountability, you're measured for the performance of every individual student group. And when I say student group, that refers to economically disadvantaged students, students with disabilities, African American students, English language learners, as well as Hispanic students. I think I covered all of those groups. If you have one of those groups that underperforms relative to all students and thresholds set by the VDOE, then you are put into a federal identification process. And like I said, this has happened in years past. But since, and historically, the federal system and the state system had no connection, then that never got any attention. We would write a corrective action plan, your school is still fully accredited. And now those are braided, is the term we use. So one of the rules in the accountability system is that if you have one student group that's federally identified, and in this case, Goochland Elementary School students with disabilities perform lower, then you drop an entire performance category. The big asterisk I put by that is that JLARC released a report about this accountability system and made the recommendation that that practice be amended, that is overly punitive and probably less than transparent when you've got a school like GES that was at an 85 score and they dropped to a category with schools that were at 71. It just was a little difficult for us to process. So there is a pretty high likelihood, considering the governor issued an executive order to adopt those recommendations, that GES may be back on track, no pun intended, when the time we get through this budget process in May, but we'll see. But performance categories notwithstanding, the fact that we are having our attention pointed to the students who need the help is not a bad thing. In the previous accountability system, every school in the state, practically 85%, were fully accredited year in and year out. That doesn't give you any information or give the public any transparent view on how schools are performing and how students are doing. And we have that. And we're not backing down from the challenge of making sure that we're doing everything we can for our students with disabilities at GES and all of our schools. So we look forward to tackling that work. We will qualify for a little bit of state funding to do that work as well. We have an application pending that we submitted to the VDOE, and I'll continue to keep this board updated on our progress as we work toward those accountability measures, as well as some of the changes that I see on the horizon from the General Assembly. I'll pause for a minute. I know I'm throwing a lot at you this evening, but please feel free to interrupt at any time. Other successes that I want to celebrate, the returns on our investments in our school division are tremendous, and I want to quickly highlight some of those. Research is clear, and I've got a quotation here from the Georgetown Center on Ed and Workforce about the impact of affording students the opportunity to earn transferable post-secondary credits and credentials prior to high school graduation. Goochland continues to set the pace in Central Virginia. I estimate that we'll have 100, roughly, of our 250 graduates who walk across the stage this May who will leave not just with a GHS diploma, with an associate's degree. That associate's degree translates to time and money savings for those students going to a four-year college. It also represents a foothold on a durable career pathway for those who want to go to a two-year college or go straight into the workforce. There's a ton of research about middle skills jobs and the potential earnings there and what an associate's degree can do for students. And that's a passion of mine, and I know we've been talking about that since I came on board, so I want to celebrate that again this evening. We honor our veterans, and we join our county in doing that year in, year out. I think 4 of the 5 of you all served, I believe, and I know you've been part of this program as well. Rachel Tate, who is a dynamic social studies teacher at Goochland High School, has turned this project into something we're getting calls about, and I get chills talking about it, from other school divisions in the nation. She has been fantastic in doing this, and it provides our students with this real-time connection and learning experience that we're getting with our veterans in our buildings every day. And we just heard that Rachel's going to be presenting at a national conference in July about this as well. I just don't want her to go into business with this and leave us, you know, but she's doing an amazing job. When I meet and I talk to our high school students and my student advisory, we meet bi-monthly. I have a group of students. I got a kid named John. He's a junior, and one thing he says is, you know, I ask him what's great about Goochland, what makes it special. He says I play on the football team. I'm ACA. He's doing dual enrollment, and I'm taking GTech classes. He's doing CTE, and he says, and all the kids are nodding their heads. We get to do so many things in the school division. And it makes our students well-rounded. It gives an opportunity to connect their interests to their studies, and then their studies to that post-secondary pathway. And fine arts is a critical component of that programming. We really do, and I've seen many of you at some of our performances, and you know the talent that we have and the work that Mr. Birch and Mr. Sykes and Ms. Smitherman and our entire staff does to make that happen. From our annual Spring Arts Showcase, which will be coming up, I believe, in April, our fall and spring theater productions, our band and chorus, which is recognized throughout the state, as well as being there on Friday night at halftime all fall. We are the destination for fine arts, and you're going to see in our request this year a proposal to round out our fine arts programming by doing what we can to expand our elementary music and art teachers to create a full-time position in all of our elementary schools. Currently, they're part-time in Randolph and Byrd, and we've operated in that part-time framework in other schools for a while. So again, we know the impact this makes on literacy, the impact it makes on learning, and really helping our students just become better, well-rounded citizens. So I want to highlight that. We're also a destination for robotics. We have taken our existing elementary and high school programs that I know you all have heard about. They've gone to world competitions, state competitions at JMU. This year we had a middle school team that also was very successful, and we're growing. We have to turn kids away from this. We have so much interest in robotics. And the skills that our kids are learning in robotics, it's going to make a direct impact of their learning. It's going to give them skills that are going to dovetail with local, regional, and global workforce demand. And it's really become a great source of pride for our school division. Can't not mention athletics. Got this one of our Bulldogs taken down, a Louisa wrestler. Had to add that. And it's on the field, on the mat, our athletic programs continue to shine across all 3 seasons. In just the past few weeks, you may have seen the news, we saw state finalists in wrestling, boys and girls wrestling, as well as some swimmers who went to the state finals and had an amazing run there. We're going to recognize some of them next week at our school board meeting. Indoor track athletes are competing at states this week, and we're looking forward to spring lacrosse, baseball, softball, tennis, soccer, outdoor track coming up in the months ahead. It's hard to believe we're already there. And just also have to talk about CTE. Since 2011, we have maintained a standout career and technical education program. You've heard me talk to our community, to our business and industry leaders about the importance of ensuring that every student is on a durable career pathway to a sustainable wage job the moment that they leave Goochland High School, not a minute after, whether that pathway goes through a 2- or 4-year college, directly into the military, directly into the workforce. None of those options is better or worse than the other, and we want to work to maintain that here and make CTE shine not as something extra that we do, but as a critical component of our programming here in the school division. I'm excited to work with the county in the months ahead as we kick off our procurement for architecture and design services for what we know will be a best-in-class CTE addition at our secondary complex. And we also know that that's going to have a cascading effect that's going to help us to retrofit other spaces that are going to be abandoned in the secondary complex to give more love to our fine arts programs and our other spaces there. So very excited about that. We had a meeting yesterday to do some work on that, and we should have an RFP on the street hopefully by the end of March for architecture services. So we will also keep you updated on that. All these successes don't happen spontaneously on their own. They are the results of hours upon hours of sacrifice and dedication by every member of our team, every person who wears a GCPS badge, those who transport, feed, counsel, coach, mentor, and, teach our students day in and day out, 2,600 every single day. Our teachers, and I've worked at the state agency, I've worked in other school divisions and other schools, pound for pound, I mean this sincerely, our teachers are amazing. Our staff is amazing. Our central office leadership, our drivers, our food service workers, they inspire our students, they inspire me. I wouldn't be standing here as a superintendent if it weren't for the work of our teachers and staff. I know a few of them are back here today, and I do want to recognize them for that. So therefore, it should come as no surprise that my next slide is about our salary competitiveness. We'll get down to the brass tacks here. And I want to show just, again, where we sit relatively here in our regional market. And with the support of this board, we have made great strides over the years, and we are now, with our teacher salaries, at or above the median at every one of our 5-year experience bands. I know you all have seen those presentations where you give you the color coding of where we sit. Provision of at least a 3% across the board salary increase to our team would maintain that position. And I will outline in a forthcoming slide that would cost us about a little over $1 million, $1.14 million, to administer a 3% raise across the board for all 470 of our employees here in the division. I would like to also note, just for transparency, that due to stipulation in the current biennial budget, if we were unable to provide a 2% raise, then we would forfeit $94,000. It's put roughly $100,000. It's $94,000 of state funding. So again, I just want to mention, too, that well over half of our instructional team travel to Goochland every day from other localities, some of those very places you see here that have higher salaries and higher raises proposed for the year ahead. We recruit and retain the very best here in Goochland because we can offset some of those advantages in salary with our smaller class sizes, the opportunities we have here in our community, our willingness to be bold in our small division. But I want to make it clear that in the current teacher recruitment landscape, we can't make that choice anymore. It can't be, okay, you know what, we can sacrifice a salary because we have small class sizes. It's not an option right now. There's a shortage of teachers statewide and nationwide. We have amazing teachers here, and losing them, I don't care how nice your facilities are, what technology you have, how uncharismatic or charismatic your superintendent is, it doesn't make a bit of difference. The teachers are the ones who make the magic happen for us. So that is my number one goal, is to support them and ensure that we retain them for the long term here in this division. Another factor that contributes to that success, we do have competitive health benefits, and I've done this comparison with some of our regional market competitors and school divisions. Our premiums are very competitive, and I do want to note that with nearly 500 employees, and most of them do participate in our health benefits, maintaining those premiums and absorbing those increases represents a significant investment of our revenues. Our board's approved budget includes a modest cost sharing of those health insurance premiums that would cost us right around $336,000. I will note that it would cost us an additional $130K, or a total of about $470,000, if we wanted to absorb the entirety of that health insurance premium increase, as I know has been proposed for county employees. So I did want to highlight that. I'll also note, and I'll say this, I think we're unique in this county in that we administer different premiums for different offices within the county. It's been that way since Dr. Raley came to the county, and I did as well. CSB and the county and the schools, we're all in the same group. We all have the same premium, but we subsidize those premiums differently. So if an employee in the county is on the KA500 plan, then they may be paying $270 a month out of pocket. Our employees might pay $290. I've got a chart that we can get into that more in a couple weeks. But down the road a piece, I would love to see, I think symbolically and otherwise, it would be great if we could line up in those rates. I know that would require even more money. It would be to the tune of a little less than $600,000 to align with county premiums as well as absorb that increase for our employees this year. But just something I wanted to flag for everybody this evening. We have some interesting bills that are still under consideration in the General Assembly. I've been doing my best to keep up with this. And the big ones I'll highlight for you this evening that I've also noted for our board in the weeks past: collective bargaining, which would affect both municipal and school employees in localities. Regardless of how you feel about collective bargaining, the fiscal impact of it, after having spoken to an attorney who does this work with other school divisions, gave me an analysis that would put the cost of that annually somewhere in the neighborhood of between $3 and $4 million. And that's before the cost of administration. So you would have to have dedicated staff doing a lot of that work. That would be our human resources staff. And in a shop like Goochland, and Goochland is the rule rather than the exception, right? Of the 131 school divisions in Virginia, more are like us than are not like us. And it would be a significant fiscal impact if we were to be in a situation where we engaged in that. The Family Medical Leave Act also still unclear as to how that's going to affect us fiscally, but the language in the bill is that premiums will be assessed to employers and employees. So still waiting to get some clarity on that. There's an air quality testing bill that's out there. I don't know if you all have heard about this. It would require schools to conduct very detailed air quality testing every single year. An initial estimate we got for the cost of that from Dewberry, our partners, would be $20,000 per facility every year. So we're talking $100K. That's a teaching position if that bill were to become law. There are some others, I think, that while, it may not, none of these are funded, by the way. We don't have any indication of any funding for this. There are other bills that I think philosophically are a little concerning in terms of overreach, in terms of our local control on some things, but fiscal impact, these are really the heavy hitters right now. And I'm sure you all have probably talked about some of the same bills in your deliberations. All right, I'd like to go into these are very busy tables. I've done my best to condense these into one slide, which gets a little challenging sometime, but want to walk through each of our three goals and explain a little bit and hit the highlights of what we're requesting. Goal one is the one that probably gets the most attention because this is the personnel needs part of what we're requesting. Two of our most distinguishing features, as I mentioned, are just the variety of opportunities we provide students as well as our small class sizes, and we constantly look with a critical eye to ensure that our resources match enrollment, they match student demand, they match workforce demand, and they meet student need. Our variety of opportunities include additional support and instructional time for struggling students. And so you can see there that we're requesting an additional middle school math teacher, which would help us double block math at the middle school to give more support to those students to get them back on track, as well as 2 part-time academic interventionists. I will note that we have $100,000 projected in state at-risk funding that would fully fund those positions and would really be the only just useful place for that funding to work. So we've included that as well. You'll see as well that for targeted support, those 2 interventionists will do the same thing for math and numeracy that our current interventionists are doing that you all helped us move through in the last couple of years for literacy in our schools. As I mentioned earlier, to maintain those small class sizes, we would request 2 additional elementary school teachers. Now, of course, yes, we'll have kindergarten enrollment coming up here in April when the dust settles on that. I don't have a complete crystal ball on what we'll see, but I'm hoping we're getting ahead of that a little bit more than we typically are when we come back to you later in the year with an amended budget. But those are a few of the highlights as well. You heard about the priority we place on CTE. You can see here that we are proposing 2 additional CTE teachers to accommodate student demand for our Academy for Robotics, Mechatronics, and Logistics, which will be coming online in the year ahead. Expanded middle school agriculture opportunities and potential establishment of electrical program, as well as growth in our nurse aid offerings. Fine arts and music, I've said a lot about that, and we'll mention again that most people are surprised we don't have full-time art and music teachers in all 3 of our elementary schools. That 1.6 would round that out. Also with fine arts, our band teacher is right below a full-time FTE right now, and a small investment would make that whole. That is a demanding several hours of work kind of job, beginning in the summer with marching band, going through the entire year. And from there you can see we have stipends proposed here to meet student interests for girls wrestling, esports, robotics, girls on the run, We need to add a few days to our hourly contract folks because we have added 3 days to our instructional calendar that was recently approved, bringing us up to 178 days. And then we would like to integrate the GES Dean of Students, which also you all are very supportive in making that happen last year, put the summer school duties under that job description. That is a wash financially because the stipends we would have awarded for that would then be built into that salary year in, year out. Full-time substitute teacher, if you don't know what that means, it's having someone who works in the building pretty much every day and they're at the call. So instead of us waiting and making a call to see who's going to pick up the phone, or it's not the phone anymore, I'm old, who picks up whatever the ding is they get on whatever their device is to pick up a sub job. You have someone working in the school full-time who knows your students, knows your teachers, and can really work as a utility man there. And front office support is always needed. Our secondary complex really, I worked in a school where I had my own secretary, and we had an attendance secretary, a registrar, 2 people up front. Right now, Mr. Hahn, Mr. Gordon, they have folks splitting bookkeeper and receptionist duties, and even just a little bit of part-time help would make a big difference for them so they could get back to the main work they need to be doing, which is working with students, giving feedback to teachers. Those are our FTE requests, and again, I'll pause for a minute and catch my breath if you all have any questions about those.
Board members, I may have bought us a little bit of time, so we can entertain
I
some
absolutely have
questions.
questions, but I also, you're on a roll, so.
Oh, well, thank you.
Maybe I should just
All right. Well,
be still.
I will keep rolling then, Mr. Lyle. Also under goal 1, we talk about the classroom instructional needs. These are all really recurring expenses that you would see in any annual request around instructional technology, athletics, school-wide instructional expenses for special ed, CTE, gifted, and some of those division-wide memberships that we have. It's a very small investment, but I did want to highlight that. Our total proposed investment under goal 1 would be a little over $1.5 million. Under goal 2, I'd like to note again that just to support that continued engaging and responsive experience for students and staff, nothing is more important than talented professionals who make this division great with their work every day. We would realize a little bit of savings to the tune of about $900K due to projected position savings from this year to next year, as well as some VRS rate savings that I know the county's going to realize as well. That has been helpful. As we mentioned before, just the need that we stay competitive in salaries and benefits after seeing some of those anticipated increases from some of our competitor divisions, which range from 3 to 6%. This budget proposes that minimum 3% cost of living increase, and that is especially important to offset that small, modest increase in health insurance premiums as well. With the board's anticipated approval of our 3-year calendar, as I mentioned before, we're adding a few days on those employees' contracts as well. The work of this entire division can't happen without our operational folks, our transportation drivers, food service, custodial maintenance team. We especially saw their work in the last few weeks when we were clearing out the snowcrete from our facilities and got our students back and learning in pretty quick time, all things considered. Really, really proud of their work. We set the standard for driver salaries a few years back in the region. We have lost ground on that. Other divisions have caught up. So one thing that we propose here is adding an additional 3% on top of the 3% for our transportation staff. And that would make us more competitive as well as pay for their wait time, which means that they would be paid a regular rate while they're at the game watching instead of when they're driving. It's a very unique phenomenon that I won't go into too much detail about. It's an easy and fairly cheap correction that we can make. And then that total investment there in goal 2 would be slightly under $900,000, and that would fund those needs in their entirety. Under goal 3, you can see that while goal 1 and goal 2 get the headlines, goal 3 not as sexy, but just as critical as we meet all of the operational needs of our division and we provide safe, high quality, clean, comfortable facilities, resources, and technology. Nearly all of these items are just non-negotiable safety compliance items that recur every year. I do want to point your attention to the software for school flashers and note that this will alleviate the need for our staff to physically climb up to the blinking light flashers where the school zone signs are. That would be Mr. Chris Richmond. He has to go out there and do that manually when the time changes to reset the timers every year twice. And I think Chris would say that's money well spent, and it would be much more safe for him. So we're including
He
that as
also
well.
changes the lights for our neighbors
There
as
you
well,
go.
so.
Maybe he likes doing it. I don't know, but yeah, so, then that, under goal 3.2, I want to note that we include some of the capital needs. I know several years ago, we would have had under our CIP, and as we've worked with the supervisors the last few years, we included some of that in our operating budget. These needs include vehicle replacement, sidewalk and parking lot care, fire panel, maintenance equipment replacement. I anticipate, like our friend from VDOT talked about, we're going to have some work to do in our facilities with some of our sidewalks and our parking lots too. So we're looking forward to engaging in that work in the days ahead. Goal 3 investments come out to a grand total of about $680K. And finally, strategic abandonment. As of now, we've identified about $170,000 in strategic abandonment, which includes several expenses we have identified that no longer are needed to achieve our goals. We will continue to scrub every line and find additional opportunities for abandonment. Dr. Geyer, even last week, was able to find another 10 grand. I wasn't able to get in this presentation in time. I will note that we have conducted strategic abandonment in the school division since FY17, and previous superintendent, he liked to do strategic abandonment in his budget, and since FY19, I just went back on some of our board agendas, we have abandoned over $3 million in the school division. So incrementally over the years, this is just part of what we do year in and year out. So I did want to note that for you all this evening. In summary, with county transfer notwithstanding, with an additional $447K in state and local funds and about $170,000 in strategic abandonment, it will require about $2.5 million in additional funds to meet our needs for the 2027 fiscal year. That would represent a total budget of slightly over $49 million and a 6.3% total increase over last year's budgeted investments. Just a few visuals. I won't belabor this. You all have seen this before. Highlights on this one is that 80% of our budget goes toward instruction and the technology that supports instruction. Salary and benefits, we're in the people business, 84% of our entire budget. And then here you can see some trends with our state and federal revenue, sales tax and state aid. Just a comparison with our projected ADM, we do budget a little bit lower than what we'll probably get every year, just to give ourselves a little bit of breathing room on that. You can see slight upticks, but with our 0.8 local composite index, we're never going to get a windfall from the state or feds. But you see a small increase there in our sales tax, state aid, and federal grants for the year ahead. The governor's budget is still, the Senate and the House budget are pretty far apart right now when it comes to public education. Not clear where that's going to end up, but we'll know hopefully sooner rather than later. That could have an impact down the road as well. We won't know federal revenue until probably October for certain, but preliminary data. But we are basing our projection on our 2025 awards plus any carryover. There's a 10-year revenue trend. Just want to illustrate this point for, again, our citizens and everyone in the room is how important our partnership is with our county. With that 0.8 LCI, you all are providing the lion's share of our budget year in and year out. We get relatively little from other sources of revenue. And we appreciate the fact in the last 3 years at least, it's been about a $2 million year-over-year increase in that county transfer. State revenue, again, not going to be a windfall by any means, but we did see an increase in that starting around 2023, and we project that will hopefully remain flat, and then the state sales tax revenue as well. We have that trend for you just for your consideration. Operating budget sources of revenue, most of it comes from that county transfer, nearly 3/4 of that, with very little coming from other sources, including state sales tax, state grants, and federal and local funds. And the total investment here, when you look at all funds, to make our revenues match our investments with a little under $3 million, we would require a little less than $2.5 million in the county transfer to meet all the needs I've articulated this evening. When you combine that with our state, local, federal funding, and then cafeteria revenue gets really complicated. That's where I phone a friend on that. That will reduce that slightly for total revenues of a little less than $3 million. So I'll stop my role now, Mr. Lyle, and we will reconvene again, I know, on March 17th. And as we work together to refine this in the weeks ahead, I am happy to take a breath and answer any questions from you all this evening.
Board members, I ask that you hold any long-winded questions. If there's any quick comments or quick questions, go ahead and proceed, but otherwise hold them to the March 17th.
I'd just make this brief comment. Thank you for breaking down goals 1, 2, and 3. You know, I just want to highlight one of the big reasons that we decided to push that budget adoption date is because was just years and years of frustration with unexpected increases. This is a competitive playing field. Unexpected increases in salaries by our neighboring counties. One of the benefits we have in Goochland as a smaller county is to be more nimble, be more able to take budget numbers and implement them into our operations. So I appreciate knowing that the salary increases are goal 1. I was going to say, just given the competitiveness, a need of ours, not just an aspiration, a need of ours is to stay at or near the top of all Commonwealth metrics and be a leader in the region. And we can't do that without our teachers. We can't do that without our staff. Feeling that appreciation, seeing it in their benefits and their pay. And we now have a mechanism to do that where we don't have to just guess what Henrico and Chesterfield and Hanover are going to do. We will know what they do and what better way to show our appreciation of our all these educators than to say, we know it's a competitive playing field and we're going to be where we need to be to retain you. So, thank you.
Anyone else, briefly?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So I'm just very encouraged by this budget. I think you did an excellent job. You must have been paying attention when somebody else was giving their budget because it went really well. There's a lot that I like about this. One of the things, two things I'll focus on, because I'll cede my time. Number one, the peeling back of the curtain. For years, I sat up here, and there might have been even a year when the superintendent forgot to give the final budget number in the presentation. So seeing that transparency and peeling back of that curtain, I think is huge. Just like when we met, I said, you know, we struggle to understand where some of these students are coming from, and it's not because of anything other than, like, we need to be prepared. So if we are attracting folks with kids with special needs, how wonderful is that? And conversations I kind of feel like your special education department needs some relief based on some feedback I've gotten recently. But thank you for peeling back the curtain, and thank you for putting the need where it actually is. We've seen in the past where sometimes that gets buried as, well, it's further in the back, so this is really the stuff. But you said, you know, with goal 2, it's the first actual line item budget, which tells me your board, I was very afraid I was going to come in here and the school board was going to say, well, it's not really that important because we're putting it back here. Now, they put it right up front, right for us to look at. So I like this budget. I think we need to get there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and Dr. Armstrong, I appreciate the time you spent on the phone with me, I guess just yesterday, so I'm going to bullet point these and not replow a furrowed field, but I do have to make one comment. You said, as this board considers approving new housing, I would prefer you say consider, because it's not necessarily going to get approved. And part of it comes down to, you want 2 new teachers, that's 40 new kids. I'm going to say that's 30 new homes, $600,000 a home. That's $95,000 in additional tax revenue. We're digging ourselves a bigger hole. But how many kids are on IEPs? And that's one of my questions. Right. And here's the real one. In your goal setting, am I comfortable saying that if you didn't get any more money, you would still get a 3% raise for the teachers? Because that would be your top priority. And I want that kind of thought process. I'm not going to ask for a commitment here.
Right.
Because as Mr. Vaughter said, without the teachers, we got buildings. And that's not what's going to educate the kids. Yeah. So I'm going to work as closely as I can with my colleagues and my colleagues on the school board, that gets off the table, that the compensation becomes a moot point, that everybody is in agreement. That's where the emphasis needs to be. And so then you said the premium consolidation. I kind of like the idea that people have skin in the game. And so healthcare costs continue to escalate unreasonably, in my opinion. And so the fact that all of us are sort of sharing the pain and not, it's like water off a duck's back. I commend you for taking that approach and saying, hey, this is reality. Costs are going up, and we all are in the same kind of boat there. And then you said collective bargaining was going to be, I think you said 2.2 million. I took the 470 employees, that works out to $5,500 per employee, and I'm not sure how many instructors we have, licensed individuals. And if that's what this bill is indicating, that the actual classroom professor
It would be,
or
I
teacher.
believe. It would apply.
And it was said during citizen comment, there's no guarantee that the teachers here in Goochland will want to unionize if they feel that there is a real team effort here. And so I would
Mr.
continue
Lau,
to work. And
we need to wrap this up.
And I'm wrapped up. So.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong.
Yes, sir.
Please take into consideration, I don't mean to cut Mr. Lyle off,
You
but,
do.
and please,
And
let's
rightly
carry this
so.
conversation forward to March 17th.
Look forward to it.
Is it 14th?
17th.
Back together on 17th.
Thank you.
Right, okay.
All right.
All right, everyone. So we've still got some new business items, but due to our dinner date with the Goochland Leadership Enterprise,
Enjoy that, by the way.
we are going to go ahead and break for dinner, and we'll pick up where we left off.
it up to you next month.
Oh, no, please don't.
All right, so we are back from our dinner break. We've still got some carryover items for the new business, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Rayleigh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Christie, and appreciate everyone's patience as we had to make an adjustment given the overflow of some of the work from earlier on today. But I want to introduce everyone to Joe Miller, who represents HBA. And Joe has been the lead on a project that we've been doing for several months. And Joe was before you back in October to give you an update on where we were with the space utilization and forecasting potential needs that we have related to the courthouse. Well, that was just one part of the overall project. And so the work that Joe and his team has been doing has taken a look not only at the courthouse complex, but also this building, the old GES, and really all the buildings that we own and operate here within the courthouse, and has involved a lot of stakeholder input, a lot of interviews. Joe and I have had a lot of back and forth along the way. And so what he's going to share with you today is a synopsis of a whole lot of work that's included in a really, really thick document, but allowing him to hit some of the highlights and allow the board to ask any sort of questions that may come up at the conclusion of his presentation. So, Joe,
Okay.
welcome. Thanks for your
Thank you.
patience.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present a quick summary of what Dr. Rayleigh described. It was a lot of work to put into this study. In August of 2017, Goochland County engaged HBA, my firm, to do a space needs study and a full assessment of facilities for the county. And then in April of 2025, we were engaged to do basically an update to that study. And so, as Dr. Rayleigh mentioned, the court-related portion of the study was completed. That was the priority for the completion. We presented that to you in October. That's also included in this full report as well. But the county department-related portion of the study commenced after the start of the court study. On-site planning sessions with county departments began in late July of 25 and continued through mid-August of 2025. And then space needs information was compiled and follow-up meetings were held with county department stakeholders in October and November. And then the final report was issued to the county administrator or county administration in January of 2026. So the process, the goal of the updated study was to provide the county with a viable long-term master planning document that will assist the county in forecasting and prioritizing capital improvement projects to address the needs of the county as it grows into the future. The study included the following tasks. We evaluated the present use of space. We toured all of the facilities and the departments. We developed the space needs for the county departments, including determination of adjacencies and physical location of departments to maximize operational efficiency and best serve the Goochland community. We developed space utilization and planning options, including conceptual plans that would provide the county with a means to identify immediate space concerns. And we also determined options for highest and best use of county facilities that are currently unoccupied or underutilized, such as the old Goochland Elementary School, the former Career Tech Ed building, and the former Dr. Bain building. So in order to optimize space utilization, we looked at office and workstation and conference room sizes, and they are standardized where possible for consistency across all departments and groups. The space needs spreadsheet that's included in the report references the standard private office and open workstations, as well as standard conference room sizes and configurations. And workspace sizes were determined from observation of existing space utilization, discussions with stakeholders, and reference to general design standards included in the Commonwealth of Virginia Construction and Professional Services Manual, in its current edition. We also looked at efficient and flexible workspaces that can be modified as space needs change over time. Over time as records, including digitization of records, and over time space can be freed up to accommodate new uses and provide expansion of operational spaces within existing footprints. So the space needs summary indicates that office and support spaces needs for the county departments will grow over the next 5 to 30 years. And the county departments with the most immediate need for additional space are community development, public utilities, administration or business, registrar, and fire and rescue administration. And so we looked at a utilization plan and categorized the identified needs in 3 levels of needs for phased recommendations for implementation. So departments with significant need addressed in the 5-year plan, departments with a mild need addressed in the 6 to 10-year plan, and then departments with a minor need addressed into the 11 to 15 and 16 to 20-year plan. And so this plan, the following recommendations are really the plan for addressing the needs for the next 20 years. The projects are listed according to priority. So within the 5-year plan, it includes the new courthouse facility within the courts complex that would house circuit court, general district court, juvenile and domestic relation court, associated clerks, court security, and associated functions. As part of the court complex, the general services facility would require relocation because there's a plan for additional or need for additional parking within the courts complex. So the plan is to relocate that facility to a central location in the county near the courthouse area. We also looked at creating a human services building, so renovating the old Goochland Elementary School for a county human services building to include social services, health department, human services, and CASA. Also included in that facility as a recommendation is to include space for the school administration for Goochland County Schools. So when that human services facility is complete, then that frees up space for relocation of functions within this county administration building. So the proposal is to renovate a portion of the space vacated by social services for relocation of the assessor office to allow expansion of the community development office. Also, relocation of the health department to this human services building would also free up space for community development, and essentially the lower level of that wing would become community development expansion. It would also house a renovated portion of it for the health department or for the Public Utilities Administration as well. Also included in the 5-year plan is our proposed renovations to the sports complex facility for Parks and Rec, for programming, space, office, weight room, locker, showers, and outdoor fitness area. We've also included in the 5-year plan expansion or relocation of the registrar office to accommodate their expanded voting equipment needs, which are needs that have changed since they were renovated. That space was renovated for them in the past. So in the 6 to 10-year plan, we've included by relocating social services, it also frees up space for expansion of, or proposing an expansion of, this Board of Supervisors meeting room and support space. Fire Rescue Administration would expand into the space vacated in the annex building by schools administration. And then the sheriff, so the vacated space by the court facility, so General District Court would move out of that building, Circuit Court Clerk would move out of their building, thereby freeing that space up for use by the sheriff for expansion of their administration space in the court building, the current General District Court building, but then renovate the Circuit Court Clerk building for use by the sheriff as a wellness and fitness training center. And then the 11 to 15-year plan continues renovation within the county administration building. Again, a portion of the social services space that was vacated would be used for relocation of information technology offices, reconfigure the county administration suite to include the finance department on the second level of this building, and then also plan for continued or expansion of the county attorney's office in this building as well. So that's, and then also human resources. So that kind of a quick summary. We've also got some graphics that sort of show some of the things that I've outlined. This is a conceptual site plan of the courts complex. It's important to note that this plan and the diagrams that I'm going to show you are just that. They're very preliminary conceptual diagrams. They are not final plans. They're not floor plans. They are really the starting point for the next step for schematic design. So at the courts complex, the proposal is for a new 3-story, 75,000 square foot courthouse, shown in the upper left of the current property. It's not shown on this plan, but expansion, overflow parking would be located at the existing general services area. The existing general district court building is shown. Does this have a pointer? No. So that would be the space that would be occupied for expansion of the sheriff's operations, as well as the circuit court clerk office. These again these are block diagrams. So this are really just showing a general configuration of the courthouse, how it might lay out in a 3-story plan. Again, lots of detail to work out. This is really just to give a general size of the building and adjacencies and proximities of spaces, not intended to represent a final plan by any means. But on the first floor, there would be court security, secure entrance. It would include Commonwealth Attorney's Office, jury assembly, and then various building support spaces on the first floor. Second floor would house the court services unit, general district court, juvenile domestic relations court, judges' chambers, and court security and holding. And then the third floor would house the circuit court clerk, the circuit court courtrooms. There's a shared courtroom that would allow for flexibility of space or scheduling for all courts within the building, adult probation, judges' chambers, court security, and holding. And then this is a conceptual site plan for the county administration complex. It shows the county admin office with the spaces that would continue to be located and expanded within that space. We're showing the vacated, or the career tech education building has some future identified use for economic development. Sports complex is shown in blue, shown for renovation. But then the old Goochland Elementary School, the hexagon pod would be demolished. We'd expand parking for that facility and create a new human services building that would house social services, health department, human services, CASA, and school administration. This is a block diagram for how space could be utilized within the old elementary school. Blue being the health department, and the pink area being social services. Green would be public school administration, and then CASA and human services are the two smaller spaces in yellow and green on the first floor. This represents the lower level of the county administration building. The area in purple would be expanded space for community development, and then the beige space would be for public utilities administration. And on the main floor, community development would stay in their current wing. It would be reconfigured for better utilization of space. The sort of the blue space at the top would be the relocation of the assessor. Green area, future relocation of IT, and then showing a conceptual expansion of this Board of Supervisors meeting room in the purple space. This doesn't indicate any change in space requirements for treasurer or commissioner of revenue. And then just showing future expansion of county attorney's office and really reconfiguration and consolidation of space on the second floor of this building for county administration and finance. So next steps really are to develop estimates of probable cost for all of these options. We've been looking at those things, but need to look at that in terms of how that works in with capital improvement planning, and then plan for design and construction as a phased implementation based on the CIP. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those now.
Yeah, good presentation. Board members, any comments, questions?
Exciting.
None? Well, thank you so much for your time.
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, well done. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Lots to think about, that's for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So board members, next on the agenda is really an important decision for the board as it relates to the support that we provide to our community. And, it's not every day that boards are making decisions about major capital projects, including a fire station. And, this is a project where Mr. Alvarez had the vision years ago when he represented District 2 to build a fire station to serve the Sandy Hook community. And then the board had the vision when the roundabout was being built in our community to locate a tentative station there in Sandy Hook as a result of some concerns regarding delayed response times. And so that decision has proven very fruitful to provide service to the residents in that area, and has helped a lot with response and the services that are provided to those who are in need in that community. And so over the course of the past several months, a long time, there's been decisions about how we can best serve that community and how to best fund it. A lot of things happened to get to this point in time. We've been designing the building. We looked at contractors. We pre-qualified contractors to make sure that we had a highly qualified contractor to do this work. We put work out to bid on the public market and received several bids. And the lowest responsible and responsive bid that we received was from Gulf Seaboard. And so their competitive price was $9,450,000. And so board members, this evening, we're asking for your consideration to approve a contract, or my authority to sign a contract with Gulf Seaboard to be the general contractor for this project, and authorizing that authority to me today, including 10% contingency to the tune of $945,000 as well. So seeking your approval of that tonight. We do have the staff that's been really working hard on that, including Chief Markey and Chief Ferguson, and so happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Dr. Riley, I would just ask if you could provide some color on that bid in relation to other costs we've already incurred for Station 8, so kind of giving a better picture of the full total cost of that station.
Yeah, so originally, for the benefit of the public, this was a bond project that was funded through the 2021 GVA general obligation bonds, and it was initially designed for Station 7, and decisions were made in the past to transfer those dollars to Station 8. And so ultimately the dollars that have been appropriated by boards, plural, over the course of the past several years has totaled up to $12.8 million. All in, with this construction cost and all the furniture, fixed assets, and things that would go into making this a viable fire station, including the purchase of land, the drilling of wells, site design, and all those things, has come out to slightly under $12.8 million. So this is a project that is fully funded by the appropriations given by multiple boards over the course of several years.
Mr. Chairman? Just came from a great meeting of the Goochland Leadership Enterprise, and I was asked the question in that, what was the most significant thing that I've done on the Board of Supervisors? And my answer 30 minutes ago was getting a lot of transportation projects funded. But this, by far, if this comes to fruition, will be the most impactful thing that I do, probably in my life. So I move that the board authorize the county administrator to execute a contract with Gulf Seaboard General Contractor for up to $9.45 million for construction of a company fire aid station, to approve the construction contingency of up to 10%.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. I've got a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and open it up for discussion. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Public safety, it's where I start every budget consideration. This is clearly public safety. It's been circuitous how we got to Station 8 before Station 7, but it needed to be done, so timing is almost not relevant to me. So I'm very happy to support this. I appreciate the $12.8 million is more than what we'd envisioned with the bond. I think the bond was imagining $8 million, but it's a station that's going to serve the county. It's going to save lives. It's public safety. So I'm happy to be able to vote for it tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Lau. Mr. Winfrey, you have anything? All I've got to say on it is, I do regret that it took this long, but it was very careful, deliberation among multiple boards. But I am absolutely glad that we're putting this to rest, finally. All right, so, Dr. Raley, is it a roll call vote?
Do a roll call vote, and let's see here. Let's start with Mr. Spoonhour. It's his district.
So I'm going to say yes, and for Mr. Alvarez, I'm going to say C.
We'll go Mr. Lyle,
Yay?
Mr. Waters,
Yes.
Mr. Winfrey.
Yes.
We'll come back to Mr. Christie.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
I just want to add, let's move on to the next one.
We will sign the notice to proceed and get this moving as soon as possible. Yep, last item on your agenda, board members, from this afternoon is appointments, and so we have a list of appointments for representing the board on Plan RVA, as well as representing us as a staff in the Central Virginia Waste Management Authority. Those names are listed in your packet and seeking your approval of those names this evening.
Is a motion in order? Yep. I move we approve the appointments as indicated and listed in the package.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. All members in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Nope. All right, motion passes. So, we've concluded the new business. So now we are back on schedule for the 6 p.m. meeting. I'll go ahead and open citizen comment. Dr. Raley, if you'll read the rules first.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Christie. And so we do welcome citizen comment, and certainly it helps us do our jobs better when we hear from our community and welcome the voices of all who want to speak this evening. Citizens will have up to 3 minutes to speak. If you do choose to come forward, just state your name and your address. If you do have someone that wants to cede their time to you, you certainly can do that, and it can last up to 10 minutes depending on how that's configured. You have a light in front of you that will start with green at 3 minutes, and then it will transition to yellow, and then it will start to blink at 30 seconds left, and will turn to red when your time is up. These comments this evening at this part of the agenda are for anything that is not on the rest of the agenda. We do have 2 planning cases, so if you want to speak about those planning cases, you'll need to wait. If you want to speak about something else, now is the time to do that.
Thank you, Dr. Raley. And citizen comment is now open. All right, seeing no one wishes to comment, I'll close citizen comment period. All right, so next is public hearings, and they will be presented by Jamie Sherry.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We do have a deferral request from BJ Hauling. They are requesting a 1-month deferral for their hearing from the March 3rd, 2026 meeting, which is this evening, to the April 14th meeting of the board.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Board members, we have a motion.
Excuse me, I'll make a motion that the board approve the deferral request of rezoning RZ 2025-6, application by BJ's Hauling LLC with profit conditions to its April 14th, 2026 meeting.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. I imagine there's no discussion, but I'll entertain it. All right, so Dr. Raley, voice vote?
We'll do a roll call vote if that's
Oh,
okay.
yeah, roll call, that's what I meant.
Okay, so we'll start with Mr. Waters
Yes.
and Mr. Winfrey,
Yes?
Mr. Lyle,
Yay?
Mr. Spoonhour,
Yes.
and Mr. Christie.
Yes.
Once again, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I will be presenting the staff application, the staff presentation this evening. The applicant, SB, is requesting a proffer amendment to rezoning case RZ 2006-00026 for the purpose of securing a waiver from the county turn lane requirements. The subject property is located in both Districts 2 and 3. The vicinity map on the left shows the general location of the subject property within the red circle, while the aerial photo on the right shows the subject property outlined in red. For better reference, the property is located south of Poorhouse Road, about a mile east of Route 522. The zoning map on the left identifies the subject property as residential, residential preservation and the adjacent properties as agricultural limited. The comprehensive plan map on the right designates the subject property and most of the surrounding properties as rural enhancement area. The subject property was rezoned in 2007 from agricultural limited to residential preservation to allow for a 45-lot subdivision. It should be noted that if this subdivision was developed at that time, turn lanes would be required if warranted by VDOT. In 2008, the Planning Commission approved a tentative plat for the subdivision. However, no additional approvals or permits were pursued on the property, and that approval expired in 2020. It's staff's understanding that the reason the development stalled was a result of the 2008 recession. In 2024, the county updated its access management standards, which now require both a left and a right turn lane for this development to comply with the county code. Because there was no ongoing development activity on the site, the approval of the project was not preserved under the previous standards. As a result, the developer is now required to either construct the turn lanes per the code or be granted a waiver from the Board of Supervisors through a proffer amendment. The request before you this evening is to consider a proffer amendment to RZ 2006-00026 to waive turn lane requirements for the subdivision. When this application was presented to the Planning Commission in January, the applicant was requesting a full waiver of the left turn lane requirement and a variation to the right turn lane requirement. The application has since been revised, and the applicant has proffered to construct a full right turn lane. The request is now only a waiver of the left turn lane requirement. Sorry. Since the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant has also provided information related to the right-of-way acquisition and trip generation analysis. First, the applicant submitted documentation included as Exhibit C in the agenda packet, with documents indicating that they are unable to obtain the necessary right-of-way from the adjacent property owners to construct the left turn lane. Second, an updated trip generation analysis was submitted, which shows there will be fewer trips per day than previously reported. This slide shows the updated conceptual plan and highlights what's changed since the Planning Commission meeting. I will walk through this briefly with you so you know what you're seeing. On the right is the conceptual plan that is being proffered. Here you see the entrance onto Poorhouse Lane. There is a boulevard-style entrance to the subdivision where you will find a majority of the lots here, as well as 50% of the open space, which is a requirement of the residential preservation zoning district. It should be noted that there are no requested changes to the subdivision layout or the number of lots with this application. On the left, the smaller slide is an image that illustrated the right turn lane taper. Because the applicant is now proffering a full right turn lane, this is no longer important, and it has been removed from the conceptual plan. In 2024, the county updated its transportation and access management standards. The purpose of requiring turn lanes is to enhance motorist safety and to keep traffic moving efficiently while reducing vehicle conflicts. Under the updated standards, developments located on collector roads with 5 lots or more are required to install right turn lanes, and developments with 10 lots or more on collector roads are required to install both right and left turn lanes. Poorhouse Road is classified as a major collector, and the subdivision has more than 10 lots. So under today's standards, both a left and a right turn lane would be required per code. The code identifies 5 factors that the board should consider when considering waiving this request. These include, number 1, site distance, road alignment, and grade changes. Number 2, frequency of rear-end crashes along the roadway. Number 3, traffic volume. 4, speed limit. And 5, capacity analysis of receiving roadway. The applicant has submitted a letter to staff, which is Exhibit B in the agenda packet, providing information related to the 5 waiver factors. In the letter, the applicant notes that the proposed entrance location exceeds VDOT's requirements for site distance along Poorhouse Road. They also state that there have been no reported rear-end collisions in the area over the last 8 years. Excuse me. In the letter, the applicant estimates the development would generate approximately 534 additional trips per day. Further, they note that the statutory speed limit along this section of Poorhouse Road is 55 miles per hour. And finally, based on their analysis, even with the added traffic from this development, Poorhouse Road would operate approximately 12% of the overall capacity. As I previously mentioned, the applicant has provided revised trip per day analysis. They redid the analysis using 45 lots, which is the maximum lots approved for this subdivision. So there are, excuse me, pardon me, there are 484 trips per day, which is 10% of the overall roadway capacity, which is a reduction to what they reported prior. The applicant's letter further states that there are insufficient developer-owned right-of-way to construct the left turn lanes in accordance with the VDOT standards. Exhibit C in the agenda packet provides documents with signatures from adjacent property owners stating they will not provide right-of-way to the applicant. The applicant also submitted a turn lane warrant analysis that shows that a left turn lane is not required under VDOT standards. This slide provides a visual reference of Poorhouse Road at the approximate location of where the entrance has been approved, with views looking both eastbound and westbound. The existing pavement is approximately 18 feet from pavement to pavement edge, and as shown in the photographs, there is no paved shoulders on the road currently. Reviewing the comprehensive plan, the subject property and all adjacent property are designated as rural enhancement area. The rural enhancement area provides for low-density residential, agricultural, forest, or other uses which are not planned for public or central utilities. Rural enhancement areas should include a significant amount of open space, limit the amount of grading and native plant removal, excuse me, and create minimal visual or other impacts. Excuse me, this application is consistent with the comprehensive plan. A community meeting was held A community meeting was held on November 12th, 2025. 4 citizens attended along with Board of Supervisor member Jonathan Lyle and Planning Commissioner Martin Dean. During the meeting, questions were raised regarding this traffic study prepared for the development, existing traffic conditions at the intersection of Poorhouse Road and Route 522, the potential for secondary access to the subdivision, and anticipated construction timelines. Staff also responded to questions about the rationale behind the 2024 Access Management Code changes and discussed whether other applications have received similar waivers since those changes were adopted. At their January 21st, 2026 meeting, the Planning Commission recommended denial of this application with a 5-0 vote. One individual spoke in opposition to the application, noting safety concerns, the existing condition of Poorhouse Road, including there being no center line or shoulder, as well as the speed limit being 55 miles an hour. For the board's consideration, the amended proffers are on the screen. Proffer C has been removed because the applicant no longer proposes a right turn lane taper. Instead, the applicant is committing to constructing a full right turn lane consistent with design standards. And Proffer L has been revised since the Planning Commission to remove reference to the right turn lane requirement. As amended, it now requests a waiver solely to the requirement of the left turn lane along Poorhouse Road. The rest of the proffers approved in 2007 still apply to this development. That concludes my presentation, Mr. Chairman, and I'm available for questions. The applicant is also in attendance and has a presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Board members, any questions for Ms. Sherry?
Just one. Ms. Sherry, you mentioned the 2024 change in turn lane requirements. That changed was from 5 to 10, so there was an increase in the number of lots before a left-hand turn. Do you recall when the original turn lane requirements were put in that required? At that time, it was, I believe, 5 in either direction.
Yes, in the 2020 adoption of the zoning ordinance, that's when the first time turn lanes were introduced as a requirement part of the code. Prior to that, it was the VDOT standards that would be looked at during the plan of development. But to answer your question, and 2020 is when those were added.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, you said the applicant has a presentation?
Yes.
You're welcome to come on up.
Sure you have not forgotten, but that is the front, back, and then the pointer. Of course.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Jeff Geiger here on behalf of the applicant. I want to thank Ms. Sherry for a detailed review of the request, and I'd like to focus my presentation kind of on an introduction on my part, and then really turn it over to our traffic engineer to talk about the safety aspect and safety information that went behind this request and the analysis that goes into it. From there, when he concludes, I'll just wrap up kind of summarizing the same 5 points that the board is to look at when granting the waiver, and then conclude from there. As Ms. Sherry noted, we didn't come here lightly. We understand it's important to provide and try and meet the requirements in the zoning ordinance. Though meeting the requirements in the zoning ordinance does require cooperation from other landowners. We have 3 landowners who would not cooperate, would not give up their land for a price in order to facilitate your objective of providing. And it's these type of situations where one property owner can't get another property owner to participate in meeting your policy objectives, that the board saw fit to add this waiver opportunity. Not something to be, as I said, to be taken lightly, but there are circumstances where it's appropriate, and we submit that these are one of them. From this, we are coming before you for a waiver of just the left turn lane. Yes, the original request requested for continuation of the taper lane that your prior board saw fit as appropriate at the time in 2007 when the rezoning case came forward. But based on feedback from your planning commission and the conversation at the planning commission, the applicant saw fit to delete that and provide the full right turn lane. That's 1,300 feet of improved road section, and I'm happy to report that a neighbor who we need land from is going to cooperate with us on that, so we can accomplish the right turn lane. As you look at the waiver request, obviously, safety is an important consideration. It was an important topic at Planning Commission, and for that reason, I'd like to turn it over to Carl Holgren, who is our traffic engineer with Grove Slade, to talk about the next couple slides.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As Mr. Geiger said, I'm Carl Holtgren with Grove Slade Associates. We're a traffic engineering firm. I manage our firm's Richmond office in the Innsbruck short pump area. And I've got a couple slides here related to the analysis that we've done related to this request. So this is a diagram of the proposed driveway on Poorhouse Road, and based on looking at the surrounding road network and discussion with county staff, we think that most of the traffic in and out of this neighborhood, if it's when it's fully built, we think most of the traffic will be to and from the west from 522 versus the other way, like the Maidens Road side. So we're estimating that 70% of the traffic in and out of the neighborhood will be making the right turn in to the neighborhood and utilizing the full right turn lane. And only 30% of the traffic would be coming from the east and making a left-hand turn into the neighborhood. This next slide summarizes the collision history on Poorhouse Road. One of the items in the evaluation of these turn lane waiver requests is the number of rear-end collisions that have happened on the particular roadway. So this map shows that there have only been 3 reported collisions on the entire stretch of Poorhouse from 522 to Maidens. This is publicly available information on the virginiaroads.org is the website. It's a rolling database of collision data that goes back about 8 years. And you can see the details here on the screen. There have been 3 reported collisions on Poorhouse. I'll go from west to east. There was one in 2017, just east of 522. It's property damage only. Someone swerved off the road to avoid an animal. Also in 2017, about in the middle of the screen, there was a collision. There's another deer strike. Someone hit a deer. And then just east of that in 2020, 5 or 6 years ago, there's a run off the road collision. So 0 collisions have involved were of the rear end variety, which is part of the waiver request. And 2 of them involved animal crossings, which can happen, just about anywhere. Really has nothing to do with Poorhouse Road itself. And then this last slide before I turn it back over to Mr. Geiger, this shows the actual turn lane warrant charts. These are VDOT charts that you see at the bottom half of the screen. The one on the left is related to the left turn lane warrants. The one on the right is related to the right turn lane warrants. So I'll kind of take these one at a time. So the way you interpret this is the little red dot that you see on each chart, that represents the projected traffic volumes at the neighborhood driveway. And then the orange line, if we're looking at the the left turn lane chart, the orange line that kind of goes from the top left to the bottom right, that represents the threshold where VDOT requires a left turn lane. So if you're to the left or below that line, a left turn lane is not warranted. If you're above that line or to the right, then a left turn lane is required. So you can see that the red dot representing the traffic volumes is way below that left turn lane threshold. And even if you look at the right turn lane chart to the right, the way you look at that is, again, the red dot is the projected volumes. The blue line represents the point at which a right turn taper is required by VDOT. And then the red line is the point at which a full turn lane is required. If you're above that red line, that's when you have to do a full right turn lane. Again, you can see the projected volumes are a fraction of the threshold, even for a taper. And the applicant is going to build a full right turn lane, which represents the red line on that chart. So the third bullet, kind of in the middle of the screen there, related to the left turn lane, even if you multiplied the traffic on Poorhouse Road by a factor of 8, if you took both directions, factored it up by 8, you still would not hit the warrant for a left turn lane in this case. So I'll be available for questions, at the end of this if you have any, but I'll turn it back over to Mr. Geiger to finish the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your expertise, Mr. Holgren. As I mentioned, I'll conclude the presentation just reviewing again the requirements that Ms. Sherry went over. Requirement number 1 that you are to look at when considering the waiver requires looking at 3 aspects: site distance, road alignment, and grade changes. And that's along the course of the road of this major collector. And when you distance in either direction to allow for the turning movement. As you're traveling eastbound, it's a straight shot. There is no curve, there's no obstruction of you being able to see a car turning left. There is no grade change, hill in the middle of the major collector that would also create kind of difficulty seeing a car turning left. And as Mr. Holgren pointed out, the crash data supports this. Crash data, as he showed you, also supports that there have been no rear-end crashes. All those are swerves as a result of something else interfering with the operation of the vehicles on the road that none of us can control. Traffic volume. Current traffic is 640 vehicles per day. We would add almost another 500. This represents about an 11% capacity usage within the road of this major collector. So there's still plenty of capacity left in the road. And really, what does that mean? That's spacing. That's spacing between cars. There's a lot of time for you to see the cars that are making the left, or for somebody to make the left unobstructed. Speed limit, it's unposted road, so we have to assume 55 miles an hour. Everything that Mr. Holgren did assumed somebody traveling at 55 miles an hour. Capacity analysis, again, well below what the capacity is, only using a small portion. We think the crash data and the usage of this road supports the waiver of the left turn lane, and we would appreciate the board's consideration for granting this waiver. Please remember, we will be building that full right turn lane to add additional improvements along the road, more capacity than is needed by this development. Be glad to answer any questions, and more importantly, as Mr. Holgren noted, he's available to take questions as well.
All right, thank you. Board members, any questions for the applicant? Go ahead.
Mr. Geiger, because this project was approved in 2006 originally, I understand the downturn, of course, but what is the development plan, assuming you all get all the necessary approvals?
I really appreciate the question. We are prepared, assuming we get the approvals, to come in with plans, and we would start moving. It would probably take us about 12 months to go through your plan approval process. And then from there, we would like to have the opportunity to create new housing in Goochland, that is fitting with the character of the area, still preserves a lot of that open space that's required in this part of the county, and give people an opportunity to live in the wonderful county that Goochland is.
Anyone else? All right, I guess I'll open it up for, oh, go ahead, Mr. Winfrey.
The Planning Commission, we've certainly had one significant development with the full right turn lane being built since the decision was made by the Planning Commission. And I'm wondering, did you present the traffic analysis to them as well? Or is that new for this tonight? Is this the first time we've seen it? Because that's pretty telling to me. I'm just wondering if the Planning Commission had benefit of that as well, the presentation aspect of it. But
Mr. Winfrey, if I could real quick, I think you asked a great question. We did not go into the level of detail we did. I presented it at a very high level, and given the listening to the discussion of the Planning Commission, we wanted to make an adjustment.
yeah, and so, looking at from a graphical standpoint, looking at the pictures, it's pretty telling that that red dot is nowhere near approaching any capacity situation. So okay.
All right, thank you. All right, so now I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for this case. Anybody wish to speak, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Barbie Cox, and I live at 2175 Sandy Hook Road. I am the owner of the zoned Rose Retreat subdivision. I'm 63 years old, and I've lived in Goochland County my entire life, and at this address since 1966. In my lifetime, I have seen Goochland County go from an agricultural farming community where you knew half the county by the first name to a suburban community it is now that I don't even know who my neighbors are. My mother and father bought Rose Retreat Farm in 1965. And we moved there in 1966, and they raised cattle and horses since then. Courthouse Creek divides the farm in half, and over the years, beavers have dammed up that creek and created a swamp that isolates the parcel of the proposed and later rezoned subdivision. The same acreage is mature hardwood timber. Hadn't been touched since the 1950s, and has always been considered by my parents as a savings account for our family. We ever figured we got in a tough spot, we were gonna cut timber. 2007, my father buys the parcels of land on Poorhouse Road, which will give us access without having to cross Courthouse Creek. And he decided to have the subdivision design. He proceeded to spend over $100,000 engineering and legal expenses and submitted to the county, and the Board of Supervisors approved it. Rose Retreat subdivision was created. The 223-acre subdivision was taken out of land use and has been taxed as full residential rate since then. 2008, recession comes along, kind of put it on the plans. Shortly after, my mother became sick and died in 2016, and my father died in 2023. All right, 2024, I inherited the land and decided to go ahead and try to develop it. All right. Also, 2024, when I decided to develop it, we learned that the ordinance that any subdivision over 10 lots must have a right and left turn lane at the entrance of the subdivision, whether VDOT requires it or not. Poorhouse Road is a secondary 2-lane highway with no paint markings. Current traffic study finds that only 10% of the capacity is being used, and even after this proposed subdivision, that percentage will only go to 12%. The road frontage that I own does not come close to providing the right-of-way for the construction of the turn lanes, and the adjacent landowners do not want to sell their land for that. To put the turn lanes in as the county requires. In the past 10 years, there has not been any motor vehicle accidents revolving turning vehicles, and VDOT is not requiring turn lanes for this project. All right. As I said before, since 2007, we have been paying taxes as a subdivision. When my daddy died, I had to pay inheritance tax on this parcel based on the highest and best use, which was a subdivision. All right. If the Board of Supervisors does not grant this waiver, I'll cancel this project, and it will drastically reduce and devalue the property. And my family's paid $150,000 in taxes for this land since 2007. The Cox family has supported Goochland County for generations. We pay personal property tax on countless trucks and equipment that isn't even garaged in Goochland County. We've supported the police and fire departments and countless community organizations, and we have not required many services from the county, and we employ numerous employees out of Goochland. By denying this well-deserved waiver, you are taking away my property rights. This waiver request meets and far exceeds the items listed in your ordinance to qualify for a waiver. On the grounds that you deny this request, especially the not rezoning, but the proper waiver of the land's already rezoned, just taking away my property rights. This is a unique situation that qualifies for the waiver and should not set a precedent for future development, as each development should be evaluated on its own merits. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. I think I've got something as well.
I just wanted to put on the record that this really could have fallen during the applicant's comments, so that doesn't set precedent for
right,
going over
yeah.
3 minutes.
Yeah,
So I think that was the understanding of all the
right.
board
I was going to bring that up.
I just wanted to put that on the
Yeah.
record. No, it wasn't your fault.
For public record, his time did expire, but he is the applicant, so he has as much time as really he wants to present. But we'll go ahead and continue the public hearing, but the time limits do apply for the non-applicants. Anyone else? Ma'am?
Thank you. I'll try to Watch the buzzer. Dr. Rowley, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Louise Thompson. I live at 1930 Soldiers Lodge Road, a landowner and a resident of this county for over 40 years. With my family in the development and home building business and a realtor for 46 years, I appreciate the work by this and previous boards to maintain Goshen County the special place that it is. There are over 250 parcels of land in Goochland with over 100 acres. Every property is unique in its location, topography, usable acreage, and property lines. One of the tenets of real estate is that an owner has property rights and should be able to use his land for its highest and best use. Private property ownership is part of the foundation of this nation. The Realtor Code of Ethics, adopted in 1924, opens with the line, "Under all is the land." Goshen has the crown jewel of West Creek to bring business and industry to help maintain the 70-30 ratio of residential to business that current residents enjoy. We commend the EDA and the board for their efforts. The village concept also keeps this a rural county with its focused business areas. Companies looking to relocate here consider factors such as transportation and housing. To attract these companies, we need more homes. Only 13% of Goshen residents work within this county. Over 9,000 residents commute into Goshen to work every day. Neighbors such as Rose Retreat provide homes for those employees and for our growing population that want to live and work in Goshen. Rose Retreat is a prime location close to schools, services, transportation, and minutes from those employers at West Creek. By restricting properties such as this already zoned for almost 20 years, we eliminate housing options for many and continue the trend of Goshen being a county of large landowners and small individual parcels, only widening the gap between the haves and have-nots. This property is unique in that it is already zoned and a conceptual plan was approved. The owner should have vested rights with this zoning. Granted, the owner was a farmer by trade and family tradition and not a builder-developer who knew all the ins and outs of the business. He thought he was doing a good thing for the future of his family and his grandchildren. He did not know that more had to be done to keep his rights, and that his family did not know that the goalposts would be changed. This very board did a very good thing when passing this ordinance to include and allow for waiver consideration, knowing every parcel is unique. This case is 100% worthy of applying a waiver as it meets and exceeds all the articles for such. No vehicle accidents and all the other items that you have seen. Sorry. Having roads improved by the developers and not the county is always preferred, and this owner is proposing with the right turn lane to increase safety, improve road markings, and do all he can within the available land. The developers of this project are also local to Goshen and will employ many Goshen residents to build the roads in the future homes. A cash proffer of over $29,000 per lot will be paid to Goshen County, resulting in over $1.3 million going towards schools, fire, rescue, and other projects. Should this not be approved, it will
Ma'am,
likely result in a down zoning,
I'm sorry.
back to
Your time
farmland,
is up. I'm
and
sorry.
reduce tax revenue.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll provide a copy.
Anyone else like to speak on this particular case? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. All right, board members, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move the board approve proffer amendment RZ 2025-0007, application by SB Barbie Cox III as presented.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Go ahead and open it up for discussion. Any?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
This is easy because Mr. Cox and Ms. Thompson did a great job in making points that I wanted to make, but this in no way sets precedent for future desires of this board, in my opinion. We utilize good development projects to get a lot of the road improvements we need across this county. Can be highlighted by many projects in my district, one of which recently had over $2.5 million of road improvements associated with it. So it is a strong standard that we've set as supervisors to make sure that where possible we don't allow waivers, but waivers are exactly that. They're for exceptions to the rule, and this clearly is an exception that is worthy. So so thank you all for coming forward with the request, and I just wanted to highlight this. This is not the norm moving forward, but I'm glad we have the waiver in place.
Thank you, Mr. Voters. Anyone else? I've got something. I'd like to say that this is kind of going off of what Mr. Voters said. This is a great example of they exhausted all their options on getting this waiver. We've had other applicants not even pursue any of the measure that they went to seek this waiver. So, I mean, for me, this is and considering that it was already zoned for this, I don't see how we, in good conscience, could turn this down. That's all I've got.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I do have a good conscience, and I am going to vote no on this. I thought it was observed that the county has changed over the last 20 years. When this was originally, it's moved from agricultural to what was termed suburban, where people don't know each other. We've sat through some economic development presentations where it's projected the county population is going to be 40,000 within the next decade or so. I mean, I don't know that I believe those, but those are the projections. I did talk at length with the 5th District Planning Commissioner and listened closely to what his thoughts were as to why the waiver was not warranted, and it came down to safety. We saw the pictures. Those are quite narrow roads. There's no line. There's no ditch. Traffic's not going to decrease. We've already acknowledged that what this is going to do is bring more people and more traffic into the county. And I would like to think that planning and future is what will it look like in 10 years and 15 years, and what will our success rate be going to VDOT and saying, now that we really do need the turn lane, we'd like to have it. So they do have eminent domain. They can condemn land for that. But I'm comfortable that there is a solution, perhaps not the solution of 45 homes on this acreage, but that I'm going to put my futuristic cap on and say, if we don't do this now, the chances of getting it when it's needed is going to be slim to none. So, but I can say that in good conscience.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Anyone else? Ms. Winfrey? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Something else that I want to bring to attention is, and I appreciate all of the comments tonight, having been watching this parcel for quite a bit, just like a lot of the parcels that have been rezoned, you know, the 2000s, 2000 up through the 2007, there was a lot of projects that were approved in this county. One of the things that we don't take into consideration as much, because actually I don't know as we see it as much, is that we require and we need the development community to work together in order to help us grow gracefully. There is this feeling that we have just evil, money-hungry developers that are just trying to gobble up land. And if you just look at what's in front of us now, you can see that's not the case. I believe that one of the reasons, besides for the economic downturn, was that there was a lot being built out in Goochland County at that time, and that there was a gentleman's agreement to stagger that growth so that we could make sure that we are growing Goochland as gracefully as possible and having things on the books that we can plan for. One of the main reasons between my denial for Serenity Hill was the fact that this was on the books. Just like when I look at things in District 2, right along Sandy Hook Road, attached to Highgrove. I've got 65 houses that are already pre-approved there. That's very much part of my decision. I'm comfortable with there not being a turn lane there because I want to keep this a small country road. 400 and some trips a day is not going to make this road least safe. And I don't see this building out in the next 10, 15 years. And having 2 turn lanes there would make that even more attractive. So to me, having the 1 turn lane, I think is a better option to help me maintain some of that growth, Mr. Lyle, to be honest with you. So I thank the applicant, and I do believe that they have worked very, very hard, exhausted all options, as was said. I've spoken to VDOT about the left turn lane. There was a proposal for left turn lane, and VDOT turned it down. They didn't, the way it had to be designed, it was not able to be done. So I understand that we have a desire to grow Goochland gracefully. I think this does that. And like many of us said, I think we were able to realize when we passed the ordinance that I didn't vote for, that we needed an escape clause. And I hope that we can revisit that ordinance to make it that it's, I mean, this has been over a year that we've been working on this. I feel like we should be able to have some administrative control over some of these things, but those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spoonhour.
Mr. Chair, I have one more.
Go ahead.
And I'm glad it was brought up before. I do think it's important for Goochland to have options for individuals who work in Goochland. Free market is what it is. We cannot say that everyone who works in Goochland will choose to live in Goochland, but I think it's incredibly important for people to have that option. I think it's not too ridiculous to say that we are almost at 0 available homes in this county and options, and 45 homes is not egregious. It is reasonable. It looks well planned, and I just think the concept of Goochlanders living and working here is a great thing for our community. I wish it were something we could do overnight, but we have to take certain steps to make it a possibility. Thanks.
All right. Dr. Rayleigh, would like to do a roll call vote?
Okay, we'll start with Mr. Winfrey.
Yes.
Mr. Waters.
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour.
Yes.
Mr. Lyle.
Nay.
And Mr. Christie.
Yes. All right.
Can I make one more comment?
Go
I
ahead.
just want to thank the Cox family for the generations of doing good for this county. To most recently include donating 4 porta potties to our Goochland Day Parade at no cost. We appreciate that.
You'll get 10 next year.
Well, congratulations. All right, board. So we will adjourn this meeting until March 17th, 6 p.m. for the joint work session of the Board of Supervisors and the school board.
Please have wear your green for St. Patrick's Day. The Larry and Riley and me needs to ask that.
Exactly. And room 270. And also,
You're losing the crowd, man.
I know, hey, wait, there's more. March 24th, 6 p.m., countywide joint town hall. 25th, District 5 Town Hall, and April 7th, 2026, regular afternoon meeting at 6 p.m. for public hearings. All right,